dancing with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything lost to hold us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Find my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Kings, it's our honor showtime.
You can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
On my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's our kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we never
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in light.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't gotta fear.
Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
by the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me.
Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel.
Welcome back. It is the day number 2 of KPL. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today is Moman. We're ready for more action. Moman, how do you feel today?
Today, I'm feeling super hyped about the games that we have lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. But first of all, we have to know it's gonna be all gamers versus Weibo Gaming, right? Weibo Gaming, they have done spectacularly well to bring themselves here. Today is the upper bracket finals. So there is a lot on the line. Whoever wins is inside the grand finals already.
Yeah, this is going to be a big position for them. Now, let us run through some of the basic stats that you need to know. Of course, this is a best of 7, so we're hoping that we will be going the full distance here for all 7 games. At the same time, these will be done in a global band pick format, so if you pick a hero, you will not be able to use it until that last ultimate battle, if that ever happens, right? But we'll see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, and to bring us to that ultimate battle, you want to have a 3-3 scoreline. So if you combine the stats all together, you will be seeing a plethora of 30 different heroes from each team coming out from All Gamers and Weibo Gaming. So you have to master a multitude of heroes per lane, per role.
Yeah, so we've already seen quite a few iterations of drafts coming in from yesterday's best of 7, right? Ended with 4-2. Now, are we going to be expecting the same kind of result today? Is it going to be an absolute smash coming in from AG, or is it going to be coming from Weibo Gaming, right? So these two contenders, now, winners bracket, the loss is not that big, right? If they lose this series, they will head down into the lower brackets and wait for the next competitor. But we all want to see the winners.
Yeah, of course, we're very curious to find out who is going to win today, but a stat line that I want to share with you, right? This is news that I've received from the Chinese stream that All Gamers in best of 7s, they are 10 consecutive wins for BO7s right now. So already, that's a crazy scoreline to be going up against Weibo Gaming. So they really have to put their big boy pants on if they're going up against AG right now.
Yeah, 10 BO7s, a potential of total 70 games, and in those 70 games, there's a high rate of losing, right? But they have won them all. 10 in a row, right? It's not 10 different series, it's 10 in a row. That is insane.
And All Gamers currently, they are the top #1 seed, right? The top contender going up against Weibo Gaming. And for Weibo Gaming themselves, I mean, it feels like they have found their groove in this competition, in this tournament, KPL Spring Season 2025, because they took out Wolves Esports in a 4-3 fashion. They actually brought us to that ultimate battle, but it was still a very labored fight against the Wolves Esports. So for Weibo Gaming, they still have a lot of things to prove against All Gamers, who took out EDGM in a 4-0 fashion. Wow.
Yeah, so that mountain is pretty high to climb, right? I mean, taking out the Chongqing Wolves, that's already an achievement in itself. But now there's a higher mountain at this point because All Gamers, AG, they are the top of this league, right? They have been champions since last year. If you have seen that video, I mean, the way that they crushed the competition was so convincing, was so strong as well. Now, coming into this year, 2025, for spring season, not many teams have been able to leave a scratch onto AG just yet.
Yeah, and actually, talking about leaving a scratch, right? Weibo Gaming actually left a tiny little scratch on All Gamers. So in their Group S, like regular season playoffs, they were in the best of 5, and Weibo Gaming actually took 1 game off of them. They were winning in 3-1 format. And this was a game where actually the Bai Chi was used by All Gamers. So Weibo Gaming, they might be able to counter the Bai Chi, and for all you global gamers out there, a Bai Chi will be coming to your games. I think it's already in the game right now.
Yes, it is. So we actually faced off against a Bai Chi yesterday. We didn't do as well as I thought we would, right? End of the day. But it's okay, it's a ranked game. We can always come back for more. But more importantly, right, in the pro scene, Bai Chi is used primarily as a tank and very good sustain as well, but susceptible to burst damage and control. So we'll see how that works out for today, if that's going to come into the hero pick pool. But I'm also very curious about the combinations that both teams will be using, right? For those of you that have joined us yesterday in the broadcast, we have seen many big combinations which are familiar to you guys, right? Mo, we saw the Elaine Dolia combination, double death at sunset. I think that was one of our favorites as well.
Yeah, that was a crazy combination. And eventually we did see Lupan Dashi coming out, aka Master Lupan or Lupan himself. That is not available in Global yet, but it's available in KPL, right? The ability to drag away one of your farm laners or one of your key farm holders, especially in a team fight. Or you can use it to reposition your teammates to join the team fight as well. So where Lupan is, you can basically drag another teammate inside as well. And another roam support that I was was excited to see yesterday was Zhenren as well, aka Taiyi Zhenren, that is in the game, who has that revival mechanic. So these few roamers are going to be highly contested today.
Yeah, so quite a few combinations already showcased in the KPL. So if you do have that version of the game, go ahead and give it a try. It should be able to help you out in the ranked games. No guarantee on your result, right? That's up to you. But nonetheless, of course, with that being said, there will be other heroes that will be coming in. We can definitely expect them today. So you guys have already seen them. Shikong coming in, right? Shikong Zhen, one of the very strong farm laners, has a ability to go for a early game build in terms of itemization, but also could play that long late game monstrous Thunder's God play.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of piercing potential, and he makes use of farm very well as well. But going back to the lineups, right? AG versus Weibo Gaming. There's been a lot of interesting storylines, right? AG is top contender. Weibo might bring them to the ultimate battle. But these kind of things we're gonna have to find out today. But stats are stats, right? What we know from AG Gamers is that they have the highest invasion rate in the entire league right now, with a total of 70% combined. If you combine every single one of them, there's a 70% chance that you'll find AG in your jungle.
Yeah, there's a reason why in the Chinese name they're called AG Cawan Hui, right? So it translates to they know how to play really well. And at this point, I like this because the aggression from AG has been pretty much unmatched. And I like this concept because it puts you in a position where, look, it's not enough that we win, you must lose. And they will take everything from your jungle.
Yeah, definitely. They will indeed take everything from your jungle. But Weibo Gaming, it's not their first time. It's a revenge match, right? They faced off in the Group S already, and of course, they managed to take one away from them. And I was watching the matches, right? It's not exactly a clean sweep for AG2. I mean, there were a bit of differences, and members of AG, they had to show up as well. And you would be surprised at the members who actually showed up. It was actually Zoe from Zhongyi from All Gamers, who showed up very, very well on the pay as well. So this might be one of the key bans that we're looking forward to from Weibo Gaming.
Alright, talking about Zhongyi, it's the jungle, but let's take a look at the players as they enter the stage.
欢迎来到2025年王者荣耀职业联赛春季赛季后赛。下面让我们有请本场比赛登场的第一支队伍——成都 AG 超玩会。对抗路：渲染、打野、忠义、中路、长生、发育路、一诺、游走、大帅。
他可以用两种方式过来，直接选择了坐电梯下来之后去贴后排，一闪过去砍一刀，直接处理到凌云，然后直接再追。
心怀荣耀，心怀荣耀。
Alright, the icons of power in KPL. It is gonna be all gamers here. Chengdu AG Cawan Hui. So I'm really curious about their performance today. They are a force to be reckoned with, and I hope Weibo Gaming brings their A game.
And the song is giving me goosebumps. Indeed, they are the heroes of HOK right now. They are the team to beat.
接
Everybody
下来
is watching
让我们
them.
有请本场比赛登场的第二支队伍——北京微博。对抗路：子墨、打野、暖阳、中路、听乐、发育路、小麦、游走、梦溪。
正面的一个位置，戈雅这波打招，配合小胖大招过去，卡住了对面三个人，硬是把。
北京微博，北京微博。
Beijing Weibo. Weibo Gaming, this is one of the strongest contenders in the spring season 2025 of KPL. Now, this is a giant they have to fight against. How well can they pit themselves against AG?
A very strong contender entering the series, right? They have rookies within their lineup, and now with the veterans, can they do it?
双方战队集结完毕，精彩对决即将开始。
Yep, crazy stats coming in for both teams here, and I'm really curious about that jungle exchange. So, Zhongyi, also known as Zoe, I think the translation he wanted was Zoe, but yeah, we're gonna call him Zoe at this point. Going up against Linghen, right, which is also known as Nuanyang in the Chinese league. Now, the both of them have very strong stats, and this jungle is going to be really heavily contested in the early parts, mid parts, and once we hit that late game, right, if there is an advantage on either team, you can expect that the jungle is consistently going to be empty for the opponents.
Yeah, Kin, I really like that you bring this up. Oh, with Zoe and actually Nuanyang, also known as Lin Heng, they actually have the highest invasion rates in the entire game, right? In the entire season, they are first and second. First actually being Zoe, and second actually being Lin Heng. Ooh, they are both invasive styles, so it might be, you might see them fighting them very, very early.
Yeah. So we'll see Ran here, Xuan Ran. This is coming in for the side of AG as well. We're gonna go into Zhongyi, or also known as Zoe at this point, the main jungler for the side of AG. Following that, right, his performances have been really great, really strong, very pressurizing. But to add on to that, this Changshen, right? Sheng, also known as the FMVP last year, coming in with the Princess Frost FMVP skin. He's going to be one of the main win conditions. But here is a star, Ino. If you don't know him yet, you will, right? Look at his gameplay. He is one of the best farm laners in the league for years. And at this point, it is up to him to be able to carry the team. And the support that comes in is going to be Da Shuai, also known as Shuai. And he has been very impressive in his roam abilities so far for AG and in the KPL League.
Yeah, AG looking all set and ready to go. Their stat lines are crazy. Together as a team, they rank amongst the first and second in almost every single one of the stat lines. But for Weibo Gaming, on the other side, we are going to have Mengxi on that clash. No, actually, this is Zimo on that clash lane. Yeah, and actually, for this side, we are going to have Nuanyang, the man in question, Lin Heng, who started the same time as Yinhuo, apparently. So he is a veteran in the scene as well. And we have your mage laner, someone relatively new, Tingyue, who will be joining us on that mage role. And of course, for the fourth member, we're going to have the man that I mentioned in the gold lane, Xiao Mai, also known as Max. He prefers to go by Max. So whether or not he can stand up to Yinhuo, we'll have to find out today. And finally, we're going to have Mengxi, who will be playing the role.
Yeah, not to be confused with the hero Mengxi. So Mengxi in the game, Cat Boom, and we have the actual roamer Mengxi as well. Now let's see how they put their chances against their opponents, because at this point, look, Ino coming in against Max, I think that's going to be a very heavily contested lane, and depending on what they come up with in terms of the draft, it's going to be trying to put the best tools forward. Now we all know Ino's signature heroes. He's pretty fire with the Arlie as well, one of his signature picks, and so far he has been crushing teams with it, and it's so dangerous to give him the lead. So I hope Weibo Gaming will be able to manage the resources properly. If you can't protect it, make a trade.
Yeah, and the thing is, they have multiple signature heroes on AG as well as Weibo, right? But you only get 5 bans, right? So with that 5 bans, what you gonna do, right? Are you gonna try and ban out Ino, who has a multitude of mechanical skills, or are you gonna try and focus other members in his team? This is very especially important for Weibo Gaming to make this decision, whether or not they're going with a reactive gameplay to ban the opponents out, or whether they're going with their own style and try to take the game their own way as well.
Yeah, I think it benefits teams more to really play the player rather than play the game. Not to say that you don't focus on the draft and whatnot, but if you are able to get under the skin of the players or to recognize certain patterns in their gameplay or behavioral traits, I think that definitely does help you out in gameplay because you know what to expect coming in, right? This also helps you with your reaction timing and whatsoever. So right now you can see Weibo Gaming, they are going to try and keep this chill. They want to keep composed. It is absolutely necessary going in against the number 1 team, number 1 squad in KPL, that is AG.
Yeah, AG, they have a golden road going for them, right? If they win this, they are going to be guaranteed a slot in the grand finals here, a shot at the playoffs for KWC, and things are looking great for them. Their first series in the winner brackets, they took EDGM 4-0. Meanwhile, Weibo Gaming, they struggled quite a bit. They brought them to the ultimate battle, but overall, they are still here to face each other off.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see either of these teams in the EWC, in the KWC as well. I think it's really exciting, right? To be able to put the KPL teams and let's see where the global teams are at. I mean, this is all going to come down to that big moment happening in July, and I'm so excited for things to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Whether or not these teams are going to go to the playoffs, we'll have to find out. It's going to be a result of this day. And especially when you talk about the signature heroes, right? There's something that I really am looking forward to see is the Baiti again. Like, I want to see Zoe try it again, right? He might have lost once with it, but he did prevail in the 4-0 series against EDGM. So whether or not they bring it out to the game just to get a revenge match against Weibo Gaming, we'll have to find out.
I mean, this is what's so crazy about the series, right? Because AG, they are known to have very deep hero pools, and their proficiency with these heroes is really off the charts. That's one thing. But also, I think the drafting strategy coming out from AG has been on a completely different level, right? So it takes not just the players themselves, but the mind of the coach to be able to equip Weibo Gaming with something that is strong enough to put up against the aggression of AG. Because both teams, you know, they will be starting a contest in the jungle. Do they make a trade? Do they fight for that one buff? That's going to be an important marker in the starting minutes of the game.
Yeah, and the last time, I mean, Weibo Gaming did actually take a finish against AG was back in 2020, right? Back in 2020, where they were able to take King Pro League Spring, and they were the champions of that A-tier league as well. And of course, we're gonna have to see their revenge grudge match again and again. It has been that same storyline of AG versus Weibo Gaming, but for Weibo Gaming, I feel like this is the X iteration already. They have trialed and tested many different members, and we'll have to see whether the rookies of today, whether the newer members of today can stand out.
Yeah, we're looking for those evolution, right? I think in the interview yesterday, we were also talking about the players. They were talking about, hey, there is always a consistent need to evolve, get better, get stronger, get smarter. And I think right now, this is what you're going to be expecting out of both teams because this is a very important match. So coming in, it's a 69% win rate for the side of Weibo. A little bit higher on the side of All Gamers, but let's see how they're going to start this off. So Guan Yu ban, and this means they're going to match up with the Agudo as well, coming in from AG. And Weibo Gaming, this is a very standard bench, right? So you take out the Liang, you take out the Guan Yu, but this opens up Luban.
Yeah, this really opens up the Luban here. Whether or not Weibo Gaming do pick it up with that first pick. I mean, if they want to play deny, they can actually pick up the early for themselves as well, just so that Ino does not pick up that early for himself.
Yeah, that's true. I think in the first game of the series, especially a long one, you don't want to give your opponents something that they're comfortable and can build confidence off of. So Weibo Gaming, they come in strong, they come in with Luban. Now the question is, does all gamers steal away Luban number 7, or do they allow it back into the hands of Weibo Gaming?
I mean, if all gamers, what we know of them is they just like to invade as much as possible. So I'm gonna guess they're going for these, yes, high priority heroes. They're probably going for Dolia, and they're probably going for the Dun. Yes, the number 1 priority pick in that jungle for Zoe. Since Pei is out, you pick up the Dun and you bring the game to their face. And with that Lupan pick, you're not gonna have that much vision, right? When you compare it to what the Dolia brings to the table. You do have the positioning advantage, but not the sustain.
Okay, so they allow the Lupan pick, but look, the reason why they even allow in the first place, there's Stun coming in from the side of all gamers. It's a 83% win rate coming in from Zoe. At the same time, now Weibo Gaming, right? It's a 50% win rate for this combination of Luban number 7 and Luban himself. They're gonna pair this up with the Shenmeng Xi at this point, right? Cat Boom. It is a big damaging composition, but they must be really careful not to get caught because they're really squishy.
Yeah, and for those of you that are wondering what Cat Boom is about, what is this hero that is on 10 years IGN, right? That hero is someone that can throw bombs from a very, very far distance, right? Her first skill is an AoE attack. Her ultimate is that same AoE attack, but it's super big and it spreads 3 times.
Yep. As well as the second skill, it enables a faster movement speed, able to jump and bump into people, which is going to give a sort of a mini stun coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, right? Now, AG, they come in with the Lung, and they're banning out all of the super tanks in a game, or people that can have access into the backlines, right? You don't want to be in a situation where your Lung has to be forced to use his ultimate, which is the Infinite Vastness, prematurely. It's a win condition for the side of AG they want to maintain and keep safe.
Yeah, but AG's draft style is very AoE focused, right? It's not just a singular target focus, as a lot of AoE. So they might go for a single target unit here. Probably the Mayin is open as well if they want to go for... Oh, there we go. They picked the Mayin.
Yep, it has decent control, and knowing the draft on the side of Weibo Gaming where both Lupan and Lupan number 7 will be together at all times, it is also a big opportunity for Ran to really just get the catch, right? If he gets that Get Serious, her ultimate, onto the farm lane and the roam on the side of Weibo Gaming, it's not going to be a pretty sight at all.
Yeah, and right now, anyone at Weibo Gaming is a viable target. They're going to have to find some form of sustain, some form of heal. The Byron is still open, I was going to say, but they do pick up the Byron as well as the Ogren as well. So Ogren, really strong priority pick, very strong in terms of having that sustain, having that form of damage as well into the mid stages of the game. Now, back to all gamers, they still lack a mid laner.
Yep. So I think at this point they can consider someone that is able to offer quite a big amount of burst damage. So a Gun Mo makes sense for them, or even a Nuwa as well. But at this point, right, do they really want to play this card? That's one question that AG has to answer, because it is a big risk. You want to be able to save this picks for someone else, and it looks like they will go a little bit more defensive, more flexible. So they'll pick up the Yuhuan. Now Yuhuan can go defensive or aggressive with the change, so either the Melody of Peace, or she can use it to be in a more aggressive style, where, you know, her second skill, Mournful Tempo, gets a stun. First skill, Tragic Beauty, able to land quite a bit of burst damage as well.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of sustain as well. And there's a very interesting combination that you can actually use with Dolia and Yuhuan. So this provides another opportunity for Dolia to actually supply her team with more sustain if they want to.
Yep, for sure. So this initial movements from both ends will be very important, right? Not sure whether AG will go for that mid lane, double lane funnel where, you know, Ino is going to be able to get 2 waves from the mid and then into the farm. At the same time, I think it's also beneficial for the side of AG to go into the clash lane of Weibo Gaming, secure that initial camps at the top, get the River Sprite, get the Space Sprite. These are all small advantages that will snowball into something significant during that 4-minute mark where they have to fight over that first Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, definitely objective gaming is the name of the game for all gamers here. For Weibo Gaming, I feel that they have a lot of poke damage, right? They have a lot of opportunities to play from range, especially with Cat Boom and Luban Dashi, together with Luban number 7 as well. And meanwhile, they have a very strong peel duo in the form of the Ogren and the Byron. So whether or not they do get the early game advantage, it really depends on the movement of the Luban Dashi in the early stages of the game, because AG, they're gonna be in your face.
Yeah, look, vision control in this game is super important because initiation is one of the strengths that both teams can play off of, right? You have the Dune with the Dolia, Unruly Blade can be refreshed with the Celestial Melody. So it's what, every 5 seconds you have a new ultimate to be able to reposition, and you know, it's anti-CC, so you can get out of stuns, not suppression, but you can get out of stuns, right? So this is a very important marker for AG to take advantage of. At the same time, with the Luban and Luban number 7 coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, it creates a situation that might leave AG where they might be overcommitting, right? And they will find themselves out of position, might have to commit flash prematurely, and this, you know, in KPL, you don't give up flashes as easily.
Yeah, but AG is a team that uses flashes quite liberally, and of course, if we're talking about stat lines, right? If you take a look at the lineup, Da Shuai, the man himself, the roamer from AG, he has the highest number of setup successful team fights. He has 18 successful team fights on this man alone.
Yeah, he's like a success software, right? So give him the right cards. With Dolia, I think it's not as easy to get a setup, but for him, he's going to be able to provide a lot of vital vision for the side of AG and able to get out after he gets that vision done, right? Because he does have the wave breaker, he's able to dive out of difficult and sticky situations.
Yeah, definitely there is that ability to sustain as well, but we know the lineups, we know the heroes, we are heading into the game of AG, all gamers, versus Beijing Weibo, also known as Weibo Gaming, in the best of 7 series.
Yeah, so that is, look at the start, right? So Weibo Gaming, they want to funnel all the farm into Max here. So he's going to go into top lane to be on that 1v2 against Ran on that money. So they're going to try and funnel this, which means it puts a lot of pressure on the Zimo, right? So Zimo needs to be able to hold his own against a Lung and Dolia combination. Not the easiest, especially since it's a Ino and no Shuai combination coming in.
Oh, and they're looking like they want to invade here for Weibo Gaming. I mean, with that Ogron, you actually want to invade, especially if you have a Cat Boom that can deal damage from range. But whether or not they can chase away this Dun is very pivotal.
Yeah, so important marker, if they can get this first kill, it would be great because they need to make a trade, but that's not going to happen, right? At the same time, look, AG instantly respond. They go for that Crimson Golem, and I think they might be able to get it here.
Oh, the map movements is there, but the Crimson Golem gets actually picked up by Byron right there. So actually, both teams assuring that Crimson Golem, but Weibo Gaming getting one of each.
Yeah. So it's quite a deficit, right? The fact that Zoe does not have a Crimson buff, number one, it lowers his level, so the gap of EXP might come back to bite them later parts of this first 4 minutes. Ling Hen doing well. He did not get the Crimson buff, but I think it's a small loss because end of the day, you just want to dilute the farm going into the AG. You want to have a strong start because if you can give Max on this Luban number 7 a good start into the game, it reduces the amount of time he needs to get that full 6 slot items.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the itemization is going to be very, very important for the side of Weibo Gaming, who has a lot of poke potential, right? This is a team that wants to deal damage before the fight even erupts. You want to make sure you are fighting at an advantage. If not, when all gamers are diving in your face, there's going to be a very clear disadvantage right there.
Yeah, so they're just trying to push them away and secure farm for themselves, right? End of the day, the EXP matchup needs to be matched up by Zoe. At this point, he's trailing by a little bit. Ling Hen's already at level 5, so they need to make something work on the side of AG.
Oh, looking at bottom, Yinor looks to be in a slight bit of trouble. He does have the Infinite Vastness. He does pop it to get away, but that means he won't have it for a long period of time, right? This makes him quite vulnerable. Still has the flash, though.
Yeah, so the main issue here is that it's actually going to slow down his farm by a little bit. Right now, I don't think it's too big of a moment, but Max forced to use the flash. It's a 2-minute cooldown, so he will not have it for that first Tyrant fight. So this is a big win for the side of AG.
Yeah, definitely a big win. Teleportation circle being used into that middle lane. And we do have a bit of a skirmish that will not result in either team getting a kill. But this is Weibo Gaming trying to apply pressure as much as possible because they want further access into enemy territory.
Yeah, so far, look, with this 83% win rate, 6 times he has been used in the hands of Zoe on this Dune. Right now, he has 5 wins. So 6 matches, 5 wins, that's an insane win rate coming in.
That's a monstrous stat line, especially in this global ban format, right? Because you can't use it in the best of 7 in consecutively, and he has that ability to say, if you pick that hero for me, I'll probably win the game for you.
Yeah, so at this point, I want to, move into the farm laners. We take a look at, already has the Meteor equipped, right? So he does have a little bit of armor shred available. It's going to take a little bit more for the side of Max. While he does have his passive to work with, he is looking to get that Shadow Reaper ASAP because it has hit the 4-minute mark. Right now, AG securing a better position to be able to get this first Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, but with the Ogron coming in with the path of passing, actually, they put themselves in a better position right now for Weibo Gaming. It is always at an impasse for both teams. You will see them skirmishing throughout this middle lane because both teams want to secure that early little damage before they take the objective.
Yeah, timing is of the essence at this point. I feel like AG might give this Tyrant up and go and secure that Crimson Golem instead. But it looks like the decision is to contest for this right now.
Yeah, I mean, the decision is to contest, but Ogren, he has planted himself in that Tyrant's pit. The backup is there, but already Zoe gets out with the ultimate. This might be an overcommittal if Weibo Gaming dives into this location here. Eno, he is in prime position to deal a lot of damage. He does have that knockup going for him. He still has infinite vastness, but the first blood given onto Eno takes out Max's HP. And Wanyang goes on to Zoe as well. A trade 1-to-1 will for now. The rest of the team still going at it as Ogren is still loud and in charge. And Ling Hung, he gets a double kill for himself. That is great news for Weibo Gaming.
Right, so big benefits in the fight for both teams, right? AG, they get to shut down Max for a little bit, so Max is delayed in his farm. He's not going to be able to hit those markers as early as he's looking for. But at the same time, this double kill coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, taking out Ran in the Clash lane and also taking out Zoe. This is a benefit to Ling Hun, right? Ling Hun as a jungle, when you have a level lead, EXP lead against Zoe on the Dun, it makes the fight that much more difficult because he's supposed to be front lining for the team. But let's take a look at how this came down. Zoe actually committed the smite onto the Zero Golem, so the cooldown reduction was helping him in the fights as well. Look at the amount of wind slashes, getting 3 different members on the side of Weibo Gaming. That really was a big blow, allowing for the initial engagement to work out in favor of AG. But they stayed a little bit too long here. I think they lost sight of Zimo in that particular instance because he was able to step out, get a couple of strikes in, and that really led to the extra damage for allowing them to get the kill onto Zoe and Ran as well.
Yeah, once again, Weibo Gaming, they are posing themselves, they are poising here to invade, right? The Azure Golem is spawning and it is here for the taking. Whether or not they can steal it away, they do have the Ogren, but the rest of the team, I don't feel like they are in position to do so. And with that smite, actually, he gets it.
Yeah, Ling Hun actually steals it. This is a big marker for the side of Weibo Gaming. A great start, right? Oh, they force out the infinite vastness at this point. And Max is a little bit in danger here.
Yeah, Max is a little bit low, but I mean, it's not gonna result in anything for now because the rest of the team, I mean, if you take a look at the top side of the map, there's a lane priority to do with from Zimo. I mean, both teams are masters of macro as well as micro, right? They might be aggressive, but they are still doing very well in forming these lane pressures.
Yep. Okay, no, Zoe didn't have the buff stolen. He secured it for himself. So actually, it's a big marker of success for them because he needs that mana regeneration. He needs that cooldown reduction as well. Now, AG, they're going to play the map a little bit better, secure the buffs first. I think this is a big marker. But at this point, Ran slowly being pressured down, and with the passive on the side of Max, he should be able to take this turret pretty quickly.
Yeah, this turret right here is not going to be long for life because he does have the range to actually just burst it down from afar. And that's one of the advantages of playing a Luban number 7. But the thing is, you don't have a lot of survivability. You're relying on Luban for that survivability. But what do you do when your Luban gets dived in the mid stage.
Yeah, I think this repositioning coming in from the side of AGE is going to be very critical, right? So Eno obviously has one of the highest damage available in the team for the side of AG. So if he's able to land those Flaming Palms onto Max, it might be a huge problem because Max is not that survivable. He will get bursted down pretty easily and pretty early if Eno finds that opening.
Yep, and look at this group up at the mid lane. I mean, there is 5 members of Wave4 Gaming already there, and Catbloom has already used her ultimate. So this might be a timing for all gamers to press on with the invade. The Crimson Golem is spawning really soon. If you look at that red little circle, this is what they are trying to go for, as well as a Tyrant who will be here very soon. This Crimson Golem is a very important marker as well. They do not get it, but now with the Tyrant out and in charge, can they go for more here?
Yep, they have to be really careful about this positioning. They do have the ultimate coming in from Sheng here, does have the unending sorrow, but because of the risk, I think they will not contest for this. So second Tyrant of the game, once again, goes into the hands of Wave4 Gaming. So steady growth, not the biggest lead right yet, but Wave4 Gaming, they're doing better than I expected.
Yeah, catch and release coming in from all gamers. I mean, they did have the positioning, but for Mayin, she was all the way at top lane, dealing with that lane pressure that Zemo has left on that top lane, securing them another turret.
Yeah, so the silent win for the side of AG is the fact that they're matching turrets, but there's TP coming down, 2-on-1 though.
Yeah, I mean, Byron, he is ready, trying to fight as much as possible. I mean, he's not given the space as he will get taken down here. The rest of the team are funneling in. I mean, there's a lot of damage going through, but this might be at what cost. Infinite Vastness has been popped. Dolia doing her best to keep away the members of Wave4 Gaming as they collapse onto all gamers. Right now, they have been gathered. Mayin will not be coming in. Luban number 7 not able to deal the damage for now.
Yeah, and this is one of the strengths of the draft on the side of AG, right? They're pretty mobile, they will be able to get out of situations here, but Max, being pulled in by Mengshi, they want to try and reposition themselves. Now, Max is actually one of the biggest win conditions for Wave4 Gaming, right? If he's able to land his hands onto Zoe, he's able to melt him down, but here we go, Ran looking for an opening.
Here we go, and now Zoe, he does eventually pick up the Tyrant, but Wave4 Gaming, they are in it, and Ogron gets picked out. Ling Hung is out of the game. Max is extremely low as well, gets eventually picked up by Sheng, and now Byron, he's trying to respond. Zemo, can you do it here? 3 members up. Luban is very, very low as well. So 2-for-1 trade for all gamers, and they are very happy to take that.
Yeah, so all of a sudden they swing it back, 2,000 gold lead, and this is going to be very important for the side of AG, right? This came because of that initial rotation coming out from Ran on that Mayin, right? That movement across the back of the pit was what really caught them off guard. And look, Wave4 Gaming, I think they need to be really concerned about Max's positioning. Let's take a look at what happened at this back. So Ran actually came in and forced the rest of Wave4 Gaming to be backing out, and that's one of the reasons why they won that first exchange with the Tyrant. And with the Tyrant buff, right, they were able to catch out the different members on the side of Wave4 with the lightning charges. They had a lot more damage to offer.
And another thing I liked about AG, right, is that Sheng, he views his life as just temporary, right? He used it for the trade, and it was a very key pivotal trade onto Max, because Max is the main source of damage that will be coming from the back line, and if all gamers can take care of that, they don't have to worry about running in.
Yep, and the gold on Sheng here is going to make a difference, because the more Sheng can tank, that's more freedom for the side of AG to be able to find gaps in the defenses of Wave4 Gaming, right? Right now, highest farm in the team, it is going to be Eno. Stock standard, we all know this. AG likes to funnel gold into Eno. He's one of the main win conditions. And look, as alone, when your dragon full of gold, that's the state that leaves you the happiest.
Yeah, that's the ultimate dragon. You know, you are very, very happy because you have a lot of gold. But looking at who else is happy, Infinite Vastness being used on that bottom lane, Eno actually at very, very low HP, and so is Dun. Zoe is actually falling low, but Wave4 Gaming, they do not have enough damage to finish them off, and all gamers, they'll be able to disengage her. That is huge for them. They were kind of stuck.
Yeah, but you can see this glimmer of hope coming in from Weibo Gaming, right? So Weibo Gaming at this point, Max, he has finally found that appropriate positioning against the side of AG. So when you're unable to touch Max, look at the damage. He's able to melt Zoe, and melting Zoe is a big concern because that means Eno is not going to be able to survive as well, especially when your tank is being melted. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, we were saying he was full of gold at 1 second, but the next second he was low on health, man. But if you take a look at the gold graph right now, I mean, all gamers, they do have a 3k gold advantage still, but at this point in the game, it's already 13 minutes. That's just one item. And for Weibo Gaming, they one superior positioning is enough to turn that.
Yep, job's done. They wanted to force out that unending sorrow from Sheng. This is a big moment. They could get the kill on the Zhongyi here.
Yeah, I mean, Zhongyi, he is caught in no man's land, but definitely the ultimate being used and the rest of the team being around, they are just posturing themselves for more lane pressure as Ron runs to the bottom lane.
Yep, once again, Sheng's ultimate is up, so unending sorrow is open for the side of AG, and with the goal lead that they have right now, teetering around, 5,000, I think they're in a much better position to be able to fight for the neutral objectives of this game. But right now, I think the buff is more important. Whoever has this Crimson Golem is going to have a big advantage in the fight.
And actually, all gamers, they do pick up the Crimson Golem for themselves. This will mean they have a slight advantage in this Tyrant fight here, as Ron is getting chased down by the rest of the team, but eventually might be leading them to the doom, right? If you take a look at the positioning of the map, all gamers, they actually have a pincer movement onto Weibo Gaming, and Weibo Gaming, they have no way out.
Yep, the rotations are coming in.
Yeah, rotations coming through. Dragon is falling low. This Tyrant will eventually go the way of Zoe, and the rest of the team members have fallen through as well. Infinite Fastness being used in the back line as Cat Boom gets taken out. Team Yue and Max are both out. That's magic and physical damage gone from the game. But so is Eno, who gets traded out by Zimo, but he is fighting a hopeless situation. 1v4 here. Can he get out? He does not. Only Lin Heng is alive to tell the tale.
Yep, so AG win big in that fight, right? Just taking out Max and Ting Yue early on in that skirmish was a big win for them, and now T3 should be open. And look, he dealt a total of 38,000 damage. Sheng really becoming one of the main win conditions.
They might win right here. They might win right here. They still have creeps. And all gamers, they're going for it. 6 seconds away. Ting Yue is far from respawning, and all gamers take the first game of this series.
Big win here coming in for the side of AG. So all gamers, they take the first series. I think for all AG fans, they expected this nonetheless. But Weibo Gaming, they had a decent start. The aggression was coming in, it was fresh. They managed to protect their initial Crimson Golem from being taken, but they could not find those moments because Max was consistently caught out in fights.
Yeah, there was a lot of mobility coming out from these teams, but let's just see what they have to say.
Okay, so an important marker, right? I don't think Weibo Gaming did too bad. I think it really was just a positional issue. At the same time, right, that last Tyrant fight before they actually got kind of team wiped in a way, right? The main problem was the fact that the Crimson buff actually went into the hands of Eno. AG is really proficient at funneling the appropriate resources into the appropriate players. But let's hear the discussions.
不是，他们就是我们没有，我感觉正常得卡卡，你正常你要不能拉网，我觉得应该是能网吧，应该不是，就是应该突破一点就是同时也是
So Mo, they were talking about the turrets here, and I think AG's game plan has been pretty clear, right? I think they're taking all of these different things, like the fights, as a side quest. It's more of like, can we pull them away from defending their turrets, and then you will see the byproduct of having super minions crashing into your lanes.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the effect of the lane pressures that they have exerted on the map, and of course, their positioning as well, right? We were talking about the last fight positioning. They positioned themselves very, very perfectly, right? With the Tyrant fight going on, they saw that Weibo Gaming, they were going for a flanking maneuver on the right, but the Dolia and Ino, they were pushing the middle lane, the Lung and the Dolia. They were doing God's work and making sure that Weibo Gaming was locked away from their base, so they had to take a fight to the death.
Yeah, let's take a look at the itemization and the stats itself. Look, it's a very respectable level of farm coming in from Max, right? He hit that 10,000 gold, even though he fell 3 times in this game. But the main factor here was the fact that the protection coming in from AG was so spectacular. I need to really highlight Sheng here in the mid lane. He was one of the main reasons why this fight went so successful, right? So he actually went for a hybrid damage build here with the Savant's Wrath, Twilight Stream, Venomous Staff as well. So there was stuns, there was slows, and there's the burst. So look, Shen coming in at 100,000 hero damage going into the side of Weibo Gaming, and that really hurt them because Max, he could not survive much.
Yeah, and the main source of the damage being taken on the other side, Beijing Weibo, also known as Weibo Gaming, the Ogren, right? And one of the key itemizations that I also wanted to highlight is that Idol actually went for the Starbreaker first on that Lung. And that's so important because that's a tank destroyer. And of course, what is Ogren? He is a tank, so he's receiving damage, but that is a lot of effective damage done to Beijing Weibo.
Yep, I think I need to stress the importance of this game that, look, Beijing Weibo wasn't very far behind. And in fact, because of the 10,000 gold accumulated into Max's hands, it really was a difference of positioning. That last skirmish where he actually found himself in a mini 1v1 against Inwa, he could have won it, but there was no support coming in because everyone was out of position on the side of Beijing Weibo. Credits to, of course, the jungler here, Zhongyi or Zoe, as we know him, because he was holding off the rest of Weibo Gaming at the backline, so nobody was there to save Max.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe, he was position fundamentals right there as a clash laner, right? Understanding your clash lane is very important, and you need to make use of the mobility that the Mayin gives, and he used that very well, whether it be split pushing or finding himself behind the enemy lines to force away their utilities.
Yeah, and you can see the main difference here. Top left hand corner is the turret damage, right? So the turret damage was actually pretty massive coming in from Enor. So not only was he taking good fights, he was also consistently melting down turrets, which was what the coach was discussing on the side of AG, right? Take less fights. Let's go for more appropriate plays here, and the appropriate MVP has to be Changshen. FMVP in 2024, looking to continue that MVP streak here. His Yuhuan was one that was so damaging against the lineup of Weibo Gaming, dealing 28% of the team's hero damage over to the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and the fact is, Changsheng, aka Sheng, he was wild on this Yuhuan. He would give up his own life to make sure that Max is not there to deal the damage needed. And he did an amazing job of making sure he did the damage, so there is no damage from the other side.
Yeah, a lot of saves coming in, right? And Sheng, I think, did really well to set up situations for the team. He was able to help finish off the job. Now, take a look at this. It's always him consistently pushing Max into very uncomfortable spaces, and this is complemented by Xuan Ran, also known as Ran, right? On that Manyin, he was able to find these catches onto Beijing Weibo, especially for Max itself. And you can start to see, once the gap is there, when there's no protection for Max, he runs deep into the ground really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Sheng, he has target locked onto Mengxi, or also known as Cat Boom, or Max as well on the Lupa number 7, right? Because these are the main sources of damage, and he knows that you can't stand against them, especially if he runs at you, and he runs at you really, really hard. And the fact of the matter is, Eno, he did perish in the end. But let's just see what the players have to say.
我跟你说，我跟你说，追看我这波 ，OK， 我的，他在后面站我背，先抓，别摸了，还停了，看能看吗？追看我，可以，来吹了，来龙，拿到了，看我，可以，来下我单切了，兄弟，下我单切了，来，给杀，抓了。 马上他就上了，可以你。走，接我，别追，这边还没有排。慢点，我们可以慢点，区域压拉多了，没事。他身上，看玉环位置，兄弟，我们可以压蓝区。可以绕后，他要拼了。我可以慢着玉环，找位置，绕位置。等到没电，兄弟。可以打，怎么可以打了？先往前逼，他没电。可以打。我今天跟不上，追下黄点。先不着急，你要跟他拼了，拿到了，来，跟我，有大吗？可以，过来，猫咪，跟一下，杀气啊，敲死了，可以打，我插了，我救你，没事，看过狂野，没事，狂野，救我，先就把狂野杀了，他没闪的，上回去。上路线中线没了，没事，随便拉手，上路一波，有大直接给冰鲜奶吧，别炮车奶，没事，不着急，来，直接动手，可以 run，漂亮 ，nice， 哇，兄弟，今天3局抢的龙都抢回来了，可以来上。
So 3 different markers that I think are very important in this game. Number one, I want to highlight the fact that Sheng was able to separate Luban from Luban number 7. That's one of the main markers, right? This came in the form of stuns, Wind Slash coming out from the Dun, right? Zhongyi, also known as Zoe, was consistent in doing that. At the same time, they were also able to get the Tragic Beauty multiple times onto Max. I think that's one big win condition that Sheng offered the team on the side of AG, right? And the third thing, the rotational calls. They were always very patient, and I think the main difference maker for me in KPL games is the fact that almost all the players know about the timings of the common spells. They know that this guy has no flash, and the moment they know that your resources are down, you have no escape option, they go in, they commit, and they get the kill.
Yeah, and calculated comms coming from all gamers, especially in the last team fight where it was very, very pivotal, where we said that, Weibo Gaming, they still had a foot in the game, right? They still had the damage on max, and they were looking for the positioning. They were just saying, just look for an angle, and once they found the angle, they said, okay, slowly go in and then take the fight. And once Sheng was in that position, he said, yeah, let's just take that team fight right now, and that's how it ended for all gamers, 1-0.
Yeah, so a very strong start to this best of 7 series. AG actually taking their first game here. Will they take the second one in quick succession as well? That's the big question. Now, if you are a Weibo Gaming fan, don't worry. I think they still have it in them. Maybe it's just, best of 7 jitters. It is winners brackets. So even if you do take the unfortunate fall, you will fall down into the lower brackets. But that's not a situation that either team wants to face at this point. We are here for the win.
Yeah, if you win here, you are guaranteed grand finals, you're guaranteed a second place. So I don't think any team here is willing to lose, right? We're going to see a match today where both teams are fighting their hearts out. They're going to put on their best drafts on the line, because this is potentially, if AG, they do go down to the lower bracket, you're going to have to face them again. And if Weibo is going down the lower bracket, I'm pretty sure they're going to try and come up again.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, let's recap the picks that have came true, right? So we have Luban and Luban number 7, a very stock standard combination, one of the strongest combinations in the KPL, not getting the win, right? They also burn out the Shen Mengxi, right? Cat Boom, not available for the side of Weibo Gaming. But more importantly for me, I think it really was the Ogren pick, right? The Ogren now is no longer available for the side of Weibo Gaming, and it's a huge loss. But AG, of course, did have to commit some big cards as well. They took up the Dun, which is one of the strongest junglers in KPL at the moment, but they also picked up the Lung. So this is not available.
Yep, so this is not an available strategy for them as well. So with the Dolia gone, the Dolia Elaine combination is not available for AG as well. But definitely, they can actually swap hands, right? That's what is the storyline that we're seeing from most of these teams, where they will ban out what they have picked for the previous game.
Yeah, I think one of the telltale signs is if a team doesn't ban out the Guan Yu, right? So if Weibo Gaming does not ban out the Guan Yu, you can definitely be expecting that they are willing to give up this Luban and Luban number 7 pick combination into the hands of AG, because it does suffer quite badly against a catch composition that comes in the Razor Cavalry, right? Guan Yu's ultimate. Now, with that being said, there are still plenty of picks available. Dolia has been expanded. They did not make use of the Dolia-Elaine combination on the side of AG. So I'm curious to see what they would try if there is a very immobile farm laner in the space, maybe a DUNJ, maybe a whole E coming up from the side of Weibo Gaming. These are all big picks that could rely on AG going into picking up that lane. That could be a big win condition.
Yep, definitely is. And there are still a lot of signature picks left in the pool, right? We saw the Pei being banned out in that first series. And right now, it's still available for both teams as well. And we know he is one of the key priority picks in the jungle, just because of his mobility, just because of his aggressiveness as well. He can reach so far and deal so much damage.
Yeah, you can expect if AG they ban out the Pei, I think they want to secure that signature early for Ino, right? Early does suffer quite a bit when the Pei is ahead. This is regardless of any jungle, of course, but Pei's reach is insanely long. He's really fast, and in KPL the game's a little faster, right? So you have to be on your tippy toes all the time.
Yeah, and this is the type of stage where the players' mettle are tested. You're going up against the potential champions. Everybody is calling them the favorites of this tournament. AG, they are a favorite to win. And Weibo Gaming, they're coming in as a dark horse, right? When you go up against this kind of team, you are not expected to win, but somehow deep inside you, your heart of hearts, you really, really want to take it away from them.
Yeah, so of course, being dealt the first loss in the series is not the biggest blow. It is something considerable because it does affect your morale, right? Both teams coming into the first game definitely expecting to be able to take the W. So at this point, AG having the lead, it's a strong position to be in. It's not the strongest yet, but if they can take the second game in the series, I think this might put tremendous pressure onto the heads and hands of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and definitely it is one of the cases where we see the first few bans are already set out, right? The first few picks, 10 of the heroes in the pool are already gone. Does not matter. We go on to the next strat, and there's still a lot of combinations available, but we will really find out in the bans and draft that these both teams have prepared for us.
Yeah, so look, heroes like the Ingzhen have not been used yet. We've already seen them yesterday. Now, Weibo Gaming, they're going to ban out the Master Lupan. So that's not going to be a combination that AG will be able to go for. They will ban out the Lady soon as well. Now, this could be a moment where the RD can come into place, but only if AG ban out the Pei. So it doesn't look like this might be a strong contestant for the RD just yet. They want to see what Weibo Gaming brings into the hero pool first.
Yep, and for all gamers, they finally ban out the Dolia, so that combination, the double ultimates, will not be available for the side of Weibo Gaming. And however they open right now, it will be key into how they want to open. Diadea is available, Pei is available, a lot of strong picks available, and they go with the Diadea.
I like that you mentioned that, right? Diadea, definitely one of the prior picks. Weibo Gaming, this is not the time to really back down and go for like safe strats. They need to go all out again, right? You don't want to give AG a second game in this best of 7 series. It will hurt you. It will build the confidence of AG as well. Right now, Weibo Gaming needs to go for a crushing gut punch.
Yeah, definitely. Weibo Gaming, they have to bring the fight to them. But for all gamers, it's looking like a Da Qiao. And of course, it's not an early. It's a Yuan Liu coming out from the side of all gamers.
Okay, so we didn't really touch upon Yuan Liu coming in, right? Now, this Yuan Liu and Da Qiao combination has a 66% win rate for the side of AG. It's a very strong combination. So Yuan Liu is a tank that's able to jump and give stuns in place, second skill. His ultimate is also able to slam onto the floor. So it's normally used as a movement ability to enter spaces for the teams that are using this combination. And of course, because he does not have the best escape mechanisms, the Da Qiao is normally paired with him to be able to give him the Sea of Fate to send him home.
Yeah, and for Weibo Gaming, to counteract the fact that the Da Qiao has been picked, they don't want another prominent combo that is available, right? The Arlie will be picked for the side of Weibo Gaming. And meanwhile, all gamers, they picked up the Cao Cao for themselves. An interesting hero that's generally played on the Clash lane. He has 3 jumps, and the last one able to knock you up as well. A lot of mobility, a lot of disruption.
Yeah, look, AG's composition, I think it's less of a big team fight composition. I think they would be looking to split push the lanes and just get the waves in their advantage, right? I think going up against an RLE, you need to be having a composition that has great catch. And right now, the catching ability on the side of AG isn't as strong as I would like it to be. So Weibo Gaming, they're definitely looking for big fights, right? They want to have that early game farm, invade the jungle once again. Once this RLE on max is up to scratch, they will be able to really just pick off the members on the side of AG. Now, this Hoey pick, I freaking love it. It is a global setup coming in for the side of AG, and we've seen teams abuse the Da Chao ultimate like Eye of the Whirlpool, and if Inor gets that Burning Sun arrow down onto the side of Weibo Gaming, you can expect they will show up, crush you, and get out.
Yeah, currently, I mean, Weibo Gaming, the early is still one of that squishies that you are very worried about, right? And with that, they actually pick up the Elaine and the Yingzhen. I mean, AG, they still have a response left in them, right? The mid lane has yet to be picked up for the likes of Shake. And of course, there are a lot of AoE heroes that you can pick up, like the Lady Zhen or the Princess Frost, if they wish to do so.
Yeah, I would like the Lady Chen, but AG actually banned it out. So it's a little bit of deficit for them because I think Lady Chen works wonders against Dun. So they will go for the Tank Shredder instead. I like this replacement, right? The Angela definitely going to be able to deal good, consistent catch and damage against Linghen, but at the same time, in the rare situation that Sung actually gets to land the Chaos Cinders, the second skill, Ball of Flame stuns onto Max, it could essentially melt Max really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the melting factor, I mean, that's something that you always worry about, Angela, right? And with the level of control that all gamers have, they seem like they have a lot of CC heroes, right? You're gonna get stunned, you're gonna get shot by a burning arrow, you're gonna get knocked up and bounced around by Yuan Liu, as well as the leaping Koi Ties coming out from Shuai. So for Weibo Gaming, it feels that there's a bit of a lack of control when you compare it to AG.
I think both teams right now, mid laners, Tingyue and Sheng, they will have an important marker to fulfill because both junglers on Weibo and AG, they're not the fastest junglers in KPL, right? So they need a little bit of assistance. So you can definitely expect both Tingyue and Sheng to help out in the jungle farming for the junglers. So not only do they give up a couple of waves, right, to be able to let them hit level 4 faster, but also to help them move and rotate in the jungle faster by helping them to clear the health bars on those Crimson and Azure Golems as well.
Yeah, definitely the clear speeds are going to be extremely important. So is your item timing as well. We know Dun and we know Yuan Liu are very dependent on having their tank items to be able to soak, peel, and deal damage for their teams. But of course, let's take a look at the lineups that these teams have prepared.
Alright, so Beijing Weibo, they will try to make a very defensive shield, right? So you have Nuan Yang, also known as Linghen. He's going to be standing in the front, and hopefully Tingyue will be able to use his ultimate to kind of batter down the members of AG before the fights even start, right? The cooldown on Tingyue's ultimate is really short, so it's something that they would need to abuse on the side of Beijing Weibo. Meanwhile, on the side of AG, I think this places a lot of importance onto the big ultimates available by Shuai as well as Inor, right? They need to get the Eye of the Whirlpool down to be able to reposition, get themselves in big positional advantages, but also that Burning Sun arrow coming out from Inor is going to be an important marker. So he needs to be as accurate as possible. This means the setup needs to be really clean from AG.
Yeah, definitely the setup from AG feels like there's a lot of single target picks, but of course it is a trap for them, right? There's still a lot of AoE behind that single target. And what I'm worried about Weibo Gaming right now is that who can tank up the damage of the Angela?
Yeah, I mean, if they can get the gold advantage, then, you know, that damage doesn't really matter, right? So Weibo Gaming, once again, it all comes down to how much money you can run in this game, right? How many resources can you take away from AG to be able to put yourself in a better position, not just in farm, but also in levels. Those extra levels do matter.
Yeah, the extra levels indeed, and let's just see how they traverse Game 2 of Weibo Gaming versus all gamers, as this is the upper bracket finals.
Yep. So very important start for the side of AG. You can tell what the game plan is. They're going to try and force their way into that first upper jungle camp. But right now I want to talk about this Gong Su Li, also known as Arlie, on the side of Beijing Weibo. Now Max, he has used this 8 times with a 7 game win. So it's a pretty high win rate so far. So Max at this point, if he plays his game well, based on stats, they should be able to take it against AG.
Yeah, but you have to consider that in a lot of those stat game lines, he had that Da Chao to help him. Right now, the Da Chao is on the other side, right? Shuai is piloting that, but the Diadea is actually in a lot of trouble right now.
Yep, so low health, but the rest of the backup is available. They do have a slight EXP advantage on Tehran, which is great, but Weibo Gaming, you know the game plan, right? They're looking for an opening to be able to secure buffs on their side. Just dwindle the farm on the side of AG because they need that gold lead. You need to have, especially in a tank jungle meta, whoever has more gold wins.
Yeah, and especially what I'm important to see here is the invasion timings coming out from the Dun and the Diadea from the side of Weibo Gaming, and also the invasion timings from the side of the Angela and the Yuan Liu combo, because they technically have a very strong setup, right, in terms of CC and in terms of the magic damage that Angela provides once she gets that ultimate.
Yep, AG needs to clear this quick. They need to get this kill if they want to. The rest of the backup is coming in from the side of Beijing Weibo. Can they get the kill? It is going to be a dash. Moonlight Flash coming in, but here comes the ultimate as well. Ting Yue going to be able to help secure the first blood. Going into the hands of Ling Hen. Very important farm going in for the jungler on the side of Weibo Gaming. But at the same time, Max is taken down. AG, known for their quick responses, will be able to tie things up 1-1.
A very well done trade coming out from All Gamers, right? It was looking extremely dire, right? Because if Zoe does not have that gold lead, it's not secure. But Hoi with a gold lead is also as scary as Yuan Liu not having that gold lead.
though, and Zimogi gets taken down. Just a little bit too much damage coming in from Changshen, also known as Sheng here. And AG, once again, they restore a little bit of control on the map. Goal not in their favor just yet.
Yeah, goal still not in their favor, but still, I mean, there's a lot of macro advantages coming through from the side of All Gamers. While all this was happening, there is a lot of mid lane pressure and the bottom lane, and there is no farm going on the other side as well.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate situation because, okay, they got the kill at the same time. Look, Sheng actually had to overcommit. He gave his flash, he gave his chaos in this, missed every single moment. So the fact that AG was able to respond with the kill on the Max at the bottom side was actually a blessing in disguise, because if they had not been able to kill Max, Weibo Gaming would have a much more commanding lead right now.
Yeah, and right now we're approaching that 4-minute mark where the Tyrant and the Overlord will be spawning the first objectives of the game. Take note of their positioning as they want to position themselves around the Tyrant, around this farm lane here, as whoever has that pit will be prioritized in the advantages in the fight for the objective.
Okay, they forced the flash out of Inor, but the top lane will be given away. There's no way Zemo is going to give his life for this cause. All 5 members now on the opposite ends of the map, so it looks like they will give away the Tyrant, right? I think it's a good trade. We've seen teams make this decision before. T1 for a Tyrant is not the worst of trades.
Yeah, especially not at 4 minutes into the game where you have your later scaling junglers with the Yuan Liu and the Dun. They are later scaling. You don't really require Snowball to get going. So with that mid stage and late stage fighting timings, you do not want to actually make use of the Tyrant buff very early as well.
Now, I want to point out the strengths of AG. So AG is also known to be able to allow Inor to make these cross-map rotations, and that's where he gets his amplified farm from, right? So at this point, he's at 3,000, matching well against the likes of Max, who is matching him as well. But this Artie goes for a slightly different build. He wants to go for the wave clear, Sparkforge Dagger first.
Yeah, I mean, Sparkforge Dagger first does amplify your farm, but another thing that I'm worried about for All Gamers and Weibo Gaming is the backline, right? Diving the backline, they both have the similar MO, but look at this!
Yep, it's going to be an easy kill on the Ling Hen here. He made the aggression, but not only does he lose his life, they still give away that Crimson buff all the way to AG. AG going to try for a fight. Zhongyi is looking for something in the mid lane, and she's looking for that heal coming in, but the reverse on the side of Mengxi's ultimate, on that sit and counter, going to make the world's difference so far for the side of Weibo Gaming. But once again, they overextend and they give another kill. Zimo has to give his life. Now it's 4-1 for AG.
Suddenly, all gamers, they look super dandy. And this was what I was worried about, right? Who can tank up the damage coming out from Sheng? This Angela. If Zimo can't do it, nobody can. If Ling Heng can't do it, nobody else can as well. Because Tingyue, Max, and Mengxi, they are just going to melt.
Yep, and this is why that pick on Angela as the last pick for the side of AG is so phenomenal, right? Because, look, one Chaos Cinders really changed the way that AG is able to fight. They didn't have the best bit of control because they were relying on that Burning Sun arrow coming out from Eno. But Sheng on this Angela provides them so much more different capabilities. And right now, at 4,800, I think Zoe is the #1 farm in the game.
Yeah, Zoe is gonna be looking very scary into the next few team fights and the next few setups, right? But the trades have been going on. They want this bottom lane turret. Can they clear it from the side of Weibo Gaming? Because Ron, he's there and he's on the job, but the rest of the team members, they're falling in.
Yeah, Max is going to try for this, but the save does come in, and the Burning Sun arrow just as an insurance policy for the side of AG in case they needed it. And they don't waste time, right? So they make a play on the side of Weibo Gaming, and immediately AG says, let's relocate, we get our buffs, and we look for an opening now.
Yeah. Secondary to this, there is that Tyrant timing, which is very important. The second Tyrant in the game is generally more important for junglers like this. When you talk about the Yuan Liu, when you talk about the Dun, that Tyrant buff is extremely important to determining whether you can take this tier 1 tower, especially if it's not taken by 8 minutes.
Yep, I just want to highlight that, you know, Ran has gotten that Frostguard Embrace. He's going to change his targets at this point, right? So he can either go for Zimo to kind of slow him down during his movements, or he can actually slow Tingyue down, which allows AG to get the burst on him and make that ultimate go mute.
Yeah, ready 2 itemization coming out from Eno as well, the Shadow Ripper and the Eternity, but there's a skirmish on the middle lane right now.
They don't have to overcommit at this point, right? They do summon him back with the Eye of the Whirlpool, but at this point it really is just a small trade because they don't want to give up this neutral objective of the game, right? So at this point, AG, I think in a much better position.
Yeah, they have that positioning as well as that little advantage in that jungle, right? All gamers, they have a lot more vision to see what's going on behind that Tyrant's pit. And this is going to be so important because Dun, he is known to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the Unruly Blade, one of the best repositioning tools ever. Now, Zoe's going to be able to keep eyes onto this Tyrant, and they were trying to push them away. But at the same time, they're chasing onto the backlines. Can they get the jump? They're forcing Shuai and Eno back. At this time, they're falling so low on the side of AG. They do let that Tyrant get reset on the side of Weibo Gaming, but because of this health advantage, I don't think AG wants to go for this.
And Weibo Gaming, they have got their priorities straight, right? Sheng, he has to be the priority target coming out from all gamers because he deals so much shred damage, especially since they are technically still ahead. Despite the Tyrant buff going the way of Weibo Gaming, they have yet to convert it.
Yep, I don't think they have been able to kill Eno just yet, and that's a concern for the side of Weibo Gaming because Eno now is top of the farm in the lane, in the game itself, and once again they snipe away the Overlord, and with the Radiance they're able to walk away. So AG just making small wins across the map.
Yeah, AG's position around the map has been phenomenal. The trades have been phenomenal. So far, Weibo Gaming, they have been making the moves. They are actually taking care of Sheng, keeping his HP low, but they're making use of Eno's concentrated damage at this stage of the game because he has reached a power spike, right? He has reached the Shadow Ripper. He has the Eternity Blade as well. He's dealing a lot of physical damage.
Yeah, I like the difference in itemization, right? Max actually going for the tank build here, Sparkforge Dagger with the Doomsday, along with the Protector Cuirass, right? So he wants to be able to sustain against the damage that's coming out from AG, and just over time, he will be able to out-damage all gamers, and I want to see. Max then has to play his position really perfectly.
But Eno, he has that Daybreaker. He has that third item complete. The power spike is now for all gamers. If Eno is left uncontested, he's gonna deal so much damage in this team fight.
Yep, they sidestep that Burning Sun arrow. They should be able to secure this on the side of Weibo Gaming. And the lane, he comes in. Zimo is looking for an opening. Manages to get Sheng down to half health at this point. But Enor is on fire, getting the arrows down as well. One last hit for the side of Linghen. He's going to be able to sustain up with the help of Meng Shi in that hard lane as well. But they found a straggler. But it is Ran, so I don't think they want to overcommit at this point. The stun comes in. Can they get the damage? It is going to be the Maple Dance that saves their lives at this point. The damage coming in from Tingye does get the kill. This is going to be a big moment. Enor dies as well. So two big members on the side of AG down. They do steal away the Shadow Overlord for themselves. But can he survive? Where is the Sea of Fate coming in? Can his Roma Shuai? Can he save his life? Not in time. Zhongyi Zoe will be taken down. And right now, Beijing Weibo, suddenly they find an opening back into the game.
Very well positioning by Weibo Gaming, right? Taking use of that Yingzhen ultimate to force Sheng into that backline scenario. And they actually found the two squishies of all gamers, which is Sheng and Enor, the magic and the physical damage. That is the MO that they've been going for. And if you take a look at this replay here, right? They were segmented away because Ron was getting chased down in that early stages and he had to use his utility to get out. And so far, they just collapse on both of them.
Yeah, it was a rare lapse of concentration as well, right? Enor actually committed the flash to try and go into the Sea of Fate. That's also the reason why they didn't have the Sea of Fate to save Zhongyi or Zoe, as we guys know him. And unfortunately, that was a big fight for the side of Weibo Gaming. And like I said, this is a big opportunity. If they can kind of turn the map control around, AG might not have a good time here.
Yeah, but with that, you know, still trades upon trades. All gamers, despite the fact that Sheng and Enor went down, they still managed to get the Shadow Overlord. I don't know how these guys are doing it, but when the team fight was going on, it turns out that Zoe was actually on that case.
Yeah, so look at the benefits, right? Max now leading slightly in terms of gold, right? But that also means he's going to be able to hit that 6 slotted item first. Are pretty close towards what I believe should be the Ominous Premonition, right? And yes, just completed. So he's going to slow down the attack speed of Enor. This is going to dwindle the amount of damage that AG is able to offer in team fights.
Yeah, and all gamers, it's time for them to turtle up, right? They have the damage, they have that long range poke as well, and they still have that catch potential coming out from Zoe and Ran. So they need to make use of these two frontliners and two backliners, while Shuai, he plays that flank game.
Yep, and look, they're trying to rely on the long-range stuns coming out from Enor with the Burning Sun arrow, right? But it's not really working out, and I have to give credits to the coach on the side of Weibo Gaming because Max taking up this early, one of the strengths of it is also the fact that she has a Maple Dance, right? Her second skill, able to kind of negate any projectiles coming in, and so far they've been putting it to maximum effect. And look, with the piercing effect on the side of Tingye as well, they're just pushing them away. They're gonna try on the bottom side some healthy damage, but they're out of options. Ran has to take the fall. It is gonna be Max taking the kill for himself. And at this point, Zemo actually going to be able to not just tank up the damage, but open up room. The T2 in danger of being taken down. And Weibo Gaming, structural damage complete.
Yeah, I mean, that was very well done from the side of Weibo Gaming. They went for Ran, right? I mean, their initial idea is to take out the utility, just like now.
Yep, it's going to be a big one. Zoe gets taken down. The destined encounter. Maximum efficiency. Weibo Gaming just playing very differently in this game number 2.
Yeah, they look like different beasts indeed. And right now, they will get the Tyrant buff all for themselves and for free as well. With the turrets already taken down, the T1 turret gone from that mid lane. 2 turrets gone from that bottom lane. They're setting the sights on the top and the mid lane. They want this outer objective.
Oh, Enor, he's going to be able to make it out because of the Sea of Fate. But you can see Zemo, he's hitting those timings already. Late game Elaine, really hard to play against. He also has the Blood Rage, so he's going to be very survivable, right? So at this point, AG, they're going to struggle, but they need to hold on. And based on their lineup, they should be able to hold on as long as they don't eat too many strikes from Tingye's ultimate.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the itemization, right? Arlie, Max, he has 6 items now, and it's going to be a very scary timing, especially if they're threatening these inner turrets.
Yep, the amount of shots he's able to land onto the members on the side of AG Globe. Oh, gamers, is going to be really huge. That was a big moment, but you can see, right? So the max tank build on this Arlie is making wonders for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that tag build is doing them wonders because he can jump in and out. That mobility has not been threatened, right? All gamers, they have been trying to cash their utility time and time again, but Weibo Gaming, they've been cycling them consistently, making sure that the key utility is consistently cycled away.
Yeah, and Tingyue, I think he's doing so well in this game. His ultimates have been able to melt Zoe down to half health. So even before the fight starts, AG are already in a horrible health situation.
And the MO for Weibo Gaming has become so clear, right? They are just trying to poke and prod, make sure that you use your vital skills, especially the ones that can knock you up, the ones that can stun you, to run away. And then they take these objectives. And now they do it once again.
Yep, it's a very uncomfortable situation for the side of AG, right? Because now Weibo Gaming, they know about the timings of the buffs, they're able to secure all this, and there's two lanes of super minions marching down, right? The mid and the bottom. And now with the Shadow Overlord as well, they're able to get that initial clear. So AG, this is a tough match to play.
They actually pop that Shadow Vanguard on that top lane, so that lane is instantly cleared. They want a tri-lane push right now, so Weibo Gaming, they might be trying to go for the throats here.
Yep, this could be an important marker. AG, if they can hold on, right, at about, 3 more minutes, maybe the chance can be a little bit better on the side of making a comeback. But right now, every time Tingyue opens an ultimate, it's so uncomfortable. They get the stun. Can they get the damage? There's quite a bit. Healthy damage. Blood Rage gonna be committed as well by Linghen. So far, they've exhausted 2, 3 big ultimates on the side of AG. And it looks like they jump on the back. Zimo, he's doing so well to hold off the rest of the side of AG. They're going to be able to secure this T3 on the side of Weibo Gaming, and the doors are wide open. First Vanguard reaches that crystal. Shadow Overlord as well, in quick congestion. They're going to squeeze them in. Tingyue opening the ultimate, melting them down. They might have to fall back for a little bit though, because the wave clear is happening for the side of AG.
Yeah, and Zimo surviving there. He was on a sliver of HP. That was a very important marker for all gamers, right? With that, Ino actually picks up his final item, which is that Doomsday as well. So definitely, this are neck in neck in terms of itemization, in terms of damage potential as well. But damage range, Weibo Gaming, they've been abusing this Yingzhen ultimate to make sure that the frontliners of all gamers can't stand at the front lines.
Yep, it is going to be the Burning Sun Arrow committed. But look, I like Zimo's positioning at this point, right? He's always consistently giving vision on the side of AG to his team. So Weibo Gaming, they know exactly what to expect at this point, right? Now, Max, I like this change. He is going to switch between items, and he's going to switch his boots out for that Sun Chaser. Now, this is going to be a very important marker here because it amplifies that damage that he's able to output. But for now, 15,000 max, very comfortable.
And look at that, guys. That logo on that map where the Tyrant used to be. If it reaches that 20-minute mark, we are going to have a Tempest game. But before that, Weibo Gaming, they do have 3 lanes of super minions pushing in right now. These are very enhanced, and they might be trying to go for anything for all
Yep,
minions.
the Maple Dance is going to be very important here. Tingyue going to land the ultimate down. He's not healthy enough on the side of Zoe. He's falling low. Can he get the kill? Not going to happen. The Sea of Fate does save his life, but there's too much damage coming in. Zimo gets the first kill onto Ran. That's 4 members left for the side of AG. 40 seconds without Ran. But Weibo Gaming, they have to lick their wounds at this point. Zimo and Mengxi both are very low. They will hold off for a bit.
Yeah, and sad for them, they don't have that Sea of Fate, but they do have the Diadea in the form of Mengxi to form and sustain. And look at this!
Yep, Tingyue ultimate coming down again. The jump on the backline. Sumo, he does have Sage's Sanctuary to get the kill onto Zhongyi. Zoe is down for the count, and the Crystal being threatened at this point. Weibo Gaming should be able to come back. They take this series 1-1.
1-1 as Beijing Weibo, also known as Weibo Gaming, strike back. They formulated a plan very well, and if you notice how they've been taking all these team fights, every time the Yingzhen ultimate is up, they are using it like an umbrella for themselves to shroud themselves in the damage of their mage lane.
Yeah, so it's a vote of confidence, right, coming in for Weibo Gaming. I think this is the result we expected, especially, you know, just playing on the strengths of Tingyue's ultimate on this Yingzhen is so valuable, right? Because not only do they they don't have to commit, right? They just keep throwing the ultimate, see how many members on the side of AG actually eat up that damage, and once they feel the life bars are low enough, that's when Zimo comes in on that lane. So to me, I think Zimo is the MVP of this game if it's not Ting Yue.
Yeah, and there is that evolution of that playstyle as well, right? It does not need to be all poke. With the Inkzhen poking as well, you can formulate enough damage for the rest of your team members to actually finish them off. With the mobility and poke, another new playstyle has evolved out of KPL.
Yeah, so it kind of amplifies the effectiveness of having Max on this early as well, right? Because like she's able to zip in and zip out with more safety because they have overcommitted on the amount of skills they're using. Maple Dance very good in just getting rid of the Burning Sun Arrow as well as the Chaos Cinders.
Yeah, definitely it is. And I mean, Burning Sun Arrow, we were saying, right? It was not finding its mark, especially during that series. So, of course, it's back to the drawing board for All Gamers, but they did an extremely good job. I was so worried for the side of All Gamers, especially since Angela was dealing so much damage, right? We were worried that, oh, how are you going to shred them? How are you going to shred them at all? Because Angela is dealing so much at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So let's take a look at the post game here. Weibo Gaming actually doing well against AG in this particular game. Look, all the damage offered by Ting Yue was so valuable against the side of AG. AG had to rely on two big markers, right? Either that big ultimate coming in from Ino in the form of the Burning Sun Arrow or the Chaos Cinders coming out from Sheng. But it never came to life because Ting Yue's range on his ultimate was just too far away. 189,000 worth of hero damage dealt.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is also because the damage coming through from the side of AG, they are all like split apart, right? You can see Weibo, they have a very, very set amount of damage that needs to come through. That poke damage goes through first, and then the finish comes through. So Inkzhen was very, very pivotal. I mean, Ting Yue, he is doing such a great job on this hero right now.
Yep, there were a couple of different moments that really made it so difficult for Weibo to come back in the game. You could see, right, in the like 6-minute marks, AG was actually playing the map pretty well. But the moment they hit those gold markers, especially for Ting Yue, when he was able to get that Twilight Stream, then the additional damage offered before an actual team fight was something that really crushed AG.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, the Maple Dance save is always very evident with Max, right? Max, multiple times, that Burning Sun Arrow, it's been blocked by the Maple Dance. That's a very key mechanic that is in the game as well. Picking the Hou Yi into the early, they were underestimating what Max can do. And with that, I mean, you can see the rest of the stat lines coming through, and the idea on the side of Meng Si was very well done as well. He provided enough sustain, despite the fact that the Sea of Fate and the Eye of the Whirlpool were available from the side of All Gamers. But of course, our MVP needs to go to Ting Yue, who on the Inkzhen was doing so well.
Yep, a lot of valuable damage coming in from this Inkzhen, dealing 43% of the team's hero damage across to the side of All Gamers, and this one is a big marker for them to achieve. Now they're able to tie the series up 1-1, so maybe we're in for the long run in this best of 7.
I mean, what better game to do this than the favorite two, the AG and Beijing Weibo. But if you take a look at the replay highlights here in the early stages of the game, right, they were put against the wall. AG were already kind of down, but they kind of managed to fall back as well. So with that Inkzhen pick, what really matters is it denies away a lot of space in that battlefield. Essentially, that middle part of that jungle has been denied away. And if you take a look at this, just his vision alone, right? This is the part where they managed to segment the Cao Cao away from the rest of the team. So with Cao Cao, you can notice that Ron does not have a lot of potential in this team fights, and Zemo is generally away from his team. Wondering why is that so? They are doing a great job of making sure that utility is used. For example, here, they were trying to make use of the utility, but they saw the kill potential coming through. Therefore, they actually collapse onto Ron. But their key objectives here is still that middle lane turret. If they can get a kill, if the opponents are out of position, they're going to try otherwise as well. So right now we have a tied series here at the upper bracket finals at 1-1 between AG and Beijing Weibo. And a lot of heroes, a lot of good heroes have been used right now. If you take a look at the drawing board right here, Ington, of course, it's gone. So is the Diadea for Beijing Weibo.
We're going back into the series now. It's tied 1-1, and I think, look, AG is a team that is very experienced with KPL, right? They have found major success over years, so this is nothing new to them, right? A small trip in their journey to the top. So I want to see how much more can Weibo Gaming do at this point, because I think it's a very impressive performance by Ting Yue, but also by the team to complement his performance. I want to give a shout out to Zemo, right? His Elaine was able to really just put pressure onto the backlines on the side of AG, which then kind of disrupted them from taking the fights, allowing Max so much space to get free damage in onto both heroes and crystals as well.
Yep, but you have to know that on the side of Beijing Weibo, aka Weibo Gaming, that is a lot of top tier picks for them as well to win out this game. So with the global ban and draft system, that means that they will not have these in their pool available to pick them. For all gamers, they only expended a whole Yi, which I feel that, yeah, it's not that bad, right? It's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's other heroes like the Direnzier. We have not seen the channel just yet. And I believe at this point, AG, they still have that signature Ino Arlie, right? So I think when you pick up the Arlie, it has one of the highest win rates for the side of AG. So I'm curious to see how does Weibo Gaming kind of play their cards at this point. Because I think if you're able to win against AG, that's great. One game, not bad. Can you do more? Can you get maybe even the 4 games required to take this entire series away?
Yeah, definitely. 4 games is a very, very long series, right? I can't even imagine playing these kind of series myself. One of this game, like just one of these games is enough to take me out for the entire night. But these players have to do it on the daily because this is a consecutive BO7 every single day. But if you take a look at the mechanical skills of these players, you can throw a rock in the sea of KPL and anyone will be good.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, even yesterday the players were talking about it. They actually do watch videos online about spectacular plays, and then they try to mirror it onto the professional stage as well, which I think is an added layer of difficulty, right? Playing ranked games, that's one thing, but when you're on a professional stage in front of so many different fans, right? The screaming, you can hear in the replays as well, the mic checks, like they're so loud, there's so much attention on you, and you don't want to mess up. So I think that's added pressure. And so far, I think heart rates wise, pretty okay. Not the highest. It wasn't the 180 that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, indeed it was. But because the heart rates, I like that you talk about the heart rates because these players are thinking about the stakes as well. That's why their heart rates are so elevated, right? What is at stake here? It's not just win, it's not just prize money. There is KWC at stake. And KWC playoffs is directly into playoffs. You do not have to worry about the group stages. The champion of KPL will be directly going into KWC playoffs.
Yep, that's a big marker of achievement as well, right? And of course, besides the bank having here from the KPL, you also have the bank of KWC. That's quite a bit of money coming into your account. So that's going to be very valuable for all the teams that are coming in from this KPL side. But of course, we take things step by step. It's going to be game number 3 between these two teams, Weibo Gaming as well as AG All Gamers. I'm just curious about what the next type of strat is going to be, right? We have seen the peel, long range peel, so let's see what else is in the cards, because we still have many assassin jungles available for both teams. We also still have a myriad of tank jungles available.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Clash lane, there's a lot of top tier picks that have yet to be taken as well, right? The Charlotte still in that pool. And of course, a lane for the other side where Ron can actually play it as well, but they won't have that comfortability to actually pick up the Dolly.
Yeah, let's see. Enor does look a bit more laser focused for this particular game in the series. I think, you know, with all champions, with all professionals, you are never happy with a loss. It's always about, I could have done better, I'm going to do better. So I think AG, all gamers, might come back really swinging punches in this third game of the series.
Yeah, and I can't believe we're here. I mean, 4-1-1? I mean, 1-1? Is it gonna end in a 4-1 or maybe a 4-2? Or do we get that ultimate battle? That's what I want to see. Some team, any team that can put AG into that ultimate battle, I believe that is a great feat in itself. But if you can take the win, that's even better.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, if you're not familiar with AG takes games pretty fast. But not only do they do it very fast, they do it very convincingly as well. They like to end games in a very dominant fashion. And this is credit to their players as well. They have very good understandings of when and what to do in particular situations. Like, look, the response of AEG, every single time Weibo Gaming tries a play, right? They go for a steal, they go for a kill. AEG replies instantly.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, like, what's this time being used for right now for the players and the coaches, they're actually talking to each other about the available pool that they have, what they're comfortable playing, what they should ban, what kind of play style they're going for. There's a lot of things going through their mind, just not even about the game, the availability of heroes. What is the opponent going to pick? There is a lot to think about.
Yeah, and I mean, most of the time you will take reference to the previous game, right? So, is Yingzhen going to be something that AG are going to be playing here, right? All gamers, that's also one of benefits for them. Look, they have a 70% win rate when they're on the blue side. That's insanely high.
Yeah, I mean, 70% win rate on the blue side. Yeah, that's not something scary. Weibo Gaming, you can do it. And for them, they ban out the Luban Da Shi. For all gamers, they ban out Agudo and Conqueror.
Yep, so Conqueror, we've already seen a glimpse of him yesterday. Now this is a hero that it's going to be playing in the roam primarily, as well as he has the kit to be able to steal items away from his competitors, of course for a short duration. But we'll talk more about it when it's actually in the gorge. For now, AG, they start off with the Lady Sun.
And Lady Sun, one of Enor's signatures as well, right? It has to be a staple for all farm laners in this KPL. She is one of the most versatile and easily the most first picked as well. And of course, in the bans, we see her there all the time. The ability to roll away from or to join a team fight, that is nothing short of legendary.
Yeah, I think they might consider a assassin jungle coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, right? So first off, they start off strong. It's going to be a Zhenren along with a Chano coming in. Now this is a combination that they have used up to 7 times on the side of their usage, 50% win rate so far.
So yeah, it's a coin flip against all gamers, but from the side of all gamers, they actually pick up the Ming, and now we see the Hai Yue. The Hai Yue is an interesting tool against the Zhenren, right? Because you can actually lock someone in your dimension and potentially take the team fight away to your own side.
Yeah. Do you know why they pick up the higher? Because in a combination that is as potent as the Ming and Lady Sun, there is one fatal weakness, which is they always stick together. And so Weibo Gaming, if they actually pick up the Guan Yu, you can actually get a 2-for-1 freebie if he gets his Razor Cavalry. So Weibo Gaming, they're going to try something a little different. They get the Shi coming out. Now this is something that is has a very good turnaround potential, right, for the side of Weibo Gaming. But there is a layer of risk involved because her reach might not be as long as you would like.
Yeah, I mean, true to form, they do ban out the Guan Yu as well. But sure, we have seen her multiple times in this league. And of course, her stats are not exactly the best. And they will be taking out, actually, the premium gold Clash laners as well. Byron and Charlotte are out.
Yep. They don't want the backline access. They don't want that scary flash combination coming out against their lineup because, to be honest, they're quite easily caught on the side of Weibo Gaming. They're gonna try and balance out their defense with the Sun Ce. So both offense and defense is pretty good in the clash lane, right? Coming out from this Zimo Sun Ce. But my main concern here is I think they might want to take the risk here, maybe go for another assassin jungler, because going up against this Sheng Haiyue, it's going to be a risk. They need to get that quick burst, get out.
I would think that an assassin jungler would be good. A sustained jungler also is good, right? Because in the fact that Ming and Lady Sun sticking together, if you can take team fight and just provide the body and numbers, it's there, but you have that disruption factor now. The Dharma and the Menki coming out from all gamers. They want to disrupt that team fight of Weibo game.
We'll see. Their lineup is pretty hard to break on the side of AG. Look, Menki is very strong, very tanky as well. I'm not sure whether they have enough quick burst potential coming out from Weibo Gaming. I mean, unless they have a tremendous goal lead, yeah, it's going to be difficult. So I like this pick, Ukyo Tachibana coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming. Now, hopefully, they don't get caught out by... Oh wait, it's okay. I thought for a moment they were going jungle Haiyue. I was like, what? I've never seen that before. But yeah, Sheng coming in for the mid Haiyue. 7 seconds. That's how long her ultimate is going to keep you trapped for. So Weibo Gaming need to get the kill, get out before that ultimate latches on.
Yeah, and if it latches on, maybe you can try and kill her in a dimension where her skills, her second skill and her first skill, which are dealing damage to you, is 50% less.
Yeah, like the cooldown is 50% shorter, so it's really insane. It's really hard to win Sheng in that alternate dimension. Now, my main concern here is how well are they going to be able to catch Inuo and Shuai, right, on the side of Weibo Gaming. So this game places a lot of emphasis onto Tingyue as well as Mengxi. The two of them have great catch, and if it can set for Linghen, I think it would be great. Linghen on his own is able to get the saber slashes coming in, right? So he should be able to deal consistent amount of damage, but it's safer for the other teammates to set it up for him.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of setup potential coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming. But of course, there's a lot of disrupt as well, right? With that Sun Ce, we have seen what happens when a Dharma runs into a Sun Ce. So whether or not we seeing it this game, that's going to be up to the storylines of AG versus Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and knowing how aggressive both teams like to play, this first 4 minutes is a very important marker. Look, the farm laners cannot die, and to be honest, I would think that Beijing Weibo, they would try to rotate the lanes, right? I would believe Max will be going into the clash lane to try a fight against Ran in that top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you want to get the advantage as much as possible. And usually we see the lane rotations. I mean, the middle lane is also a possibility for the side of all gamers as well. So there is a possibility that they are going to switch up the lanes, whichever is the easier target for you.
Yeah, for sure. So let's take a look at what this initial one is going to be. No, they will go for the standard lane, at least for the side of Weibo Gaming. But AG, they know they need to amplify the farm. They're going to go into the mid lane and try to funnel this first wave into the hands of Inuo.
Yeah, exactly. I said that they will go into the mid lane, and now they are Weibo Gaming actually planted 3 members in that mid lane to fight this off. Wow, that's just mind games.
Pretty quick, right? And look, the pressure coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming definitely needs to start from level 1, right? The longer you can kind of keep Inuo on the leash, the better for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and leaving Chano solo against that Haiyue, it's okay for Max here, right? Haiyue does not have the earliest levels, does not have that early damage as well. So you're able to actually stay your own in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, she has decent wave clear, so we'll see how it does. Max, right now, is really about how many free hits can you get in, right, onto Sheng here to try and get the advantage in the lane. And more importantly, it puts a lot of pressure because the rotations coming in, it allows Weibo Gaming to make faster rotations because of the wave clear potential from both Tingyue and Zimo in the clash lane.
Yeah, but in terms of that damage factors, right? That damage factor for all gamers is more slow and less bursty than what Beijing Weibo are capable of. So I'm a bit afraid of their late to mid game scaling, right? Especially when they don't reach that late game, when Lady Sun is not a factor yet. Weibo Gaming does have a lot more burst damage.
True, but it also relies on to the catch potential of Ting Yue as well as Meng Si, right? So the two of them will be required to set up nicely for the team. Like I said, it's a risk for Ling Hen to go on his own to try and get the stuns and use his slashes to get the kills, right? So Weibo Gaming, to mitigate that risk, it requires Ting Yue and Meng Si to play very well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the catch potential needs to come into fruition. But now at 2 minutes into the game, we can see the early game itemizations coming out, the early game rotations coming out as well. But a slight little catch from the side of Zhenren, but it will be good as Weibo Gaming pick up the first blood onto Shuai.
Yep. So if you're looking for how to win the team fights against the Lady Sun and Ming combination, don't go for the Lady Sun. Get the Ming first, right? Because then you get rid of that healing factor, that longevity, Shuai's ultimate at this point. So a good start for the side of Beijing Weibo. Let's see how they actually got that catch. Was it the stun? Yes, it was the latch on from the side of Meng Si. So this, once again, plays into the cards of getting the appropriate setups, right? So when Meng Si jumps in, his stun, his second skill, is an AoE stun. So it matters really well for the side of AG to not put themselves in a position where they're clumped together. But having a composition that is very team-based and very duo-based in the form of Ino and Shuai in the Lady Sun and Ming combination, that's hard not to do.
Yeah, I kind of favor Weibo Gaming's draft a little bit here just because of the fact that they have a lot of setup potential, right? With that said, Sail coming out from Zimo and with the second life coming out from Meng Si, they can play a lot more uninhabited. They can actually just dive at you, and especially Weibo Gaming, they're just gonna try and find a lot of catches.
I know what you want to say. You want to say unhinged, and I think yes, they can go a little bit unhinged here. Stun comes in, but they're not gonna overcommit at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying not to call Weibo Gaming unhinged. Maybe a bit unabridged, you know? Like just trying to play their ultimate A game, bring it to their faces like all gamers have done to them. But they always have to worry about this Dharma on Ron, right? The ability to counter setup on Ron and Minky is so good.
Yeah, it is. At this point, I'm just concerned about the control coming out from Weibo Gaming, because initiation-wise, right, we're expecting Ran to be able to wait for situations to present for themselves. It's a bit of a risk to try and create these situations by yourself as a Dharma, because there is so much catch coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming, right? They have the second skill of Ting Yue, that Silky Beauty, able to pull them into unfavorable positions. You also have Meng Si, who with his first and second skill, able to latch onto you, get the multi-man stun, and then everything is just perfect for Zimo and Ling Hen to really just do the damage and get the combinations off.
Yeah, exactly. That's if the initiation goes to plan for Weibo Gaming. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with what counter initiation is, right? That's when the Dharma comes in from the initiation of Weibo Gaming. So Weibo Gaming starts the fight, then Dharma starts the fight second. So when you start the fight second, you're counter initiating, making sure that the opponent team is caught off guard by the timings, because they have used their skills. You make use of those cooldowns.
Yep, false hope essentially. So Weibo Gaming need to be really careful, and they need to keep eyes onto where AG's run is at, right? This Dharma definitely going to be able to do a number on them in the later parts of this fight. The moment he gets his itemization, it's going to be quite a pain to deal with. He does have the Axe of Torment onto Ran, so there is a little bit of armor shred coming in, but the main concern here is how much space can you buy for your farm lane? And AG being AG, you know they have managed to buy quite a bit of time, 4,000 in the bank for Ino.
Yeah, and I really like the itemizations coming out from Weibo Gaming, right? The Starbreaker coming out from Sun Tzu already. I mean, that's going to be a lot of frontline damage that they are going to have to worry about in 6 minutes here. And right now, they're still playing in the enemy's territory.
Yep, they are looking for an opening on the T2 at the bottom, right? So far, AG, their response is to try and match the pacing. And right now, Ran, oh, he gets it.
Oh, Haiyue is gonna be able to nab him in that dimension, and they are having that 1v1. It is not long for life here. Zimo will get essentially taken out of the game.
Yeah, this is going to open up the top side of the map, so you can expect Ran, he's going to try and push this as much as possible. At the same time, this is why they're putting pressure in the mid lane.
And we do see the Ukyo Tachibana using that first life that Mengxi has provided already. All gamers, they have a lot of poke damage right now. And this is what they need to be worried about, right? That nab potential. They were confident going for that damage items. They were confident in picking up those damage items for themselves. And Zemo not having a lot of sustain, that actually proved to bite him in the back.
Yeah, I think Weibo Gaming needs to play on their strengths, which is the amount of control that they have, right? And just that last exchange between AG and Weibo, look, it's just one small incident, but the fact that they held Beijing Weibo in the middle lane, didn't manage to get any kills, but they got quite a bit of damage onto the T2 on the top. And it's small little interactions like this that really will hurt Weibo Gaming in the long run, because you're giving away free damage to the side of AG. And the lead that you once have, look, it's being cut down. It's less than 1,000 at this point.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, Weibo Gaming, you can tell their strats so telegraphically, right? You always want the Mengxi to be going first. You don't want Zemo or you don't want Ling Heng to be in that front line. So once they're on the front line, all gamers know something is wrong.
They get the stun.
Oh, they do not actually. The bolt actually missed, but then there is the person in the dimension already. It's gonna be Mengxi, right? It's gonna be the Zhenren who is getting made fun of in Haijue's dimension. Sheng did a great job of taking away that utility. That front line gets taken away. Weibo Gaming, you can't do anything.
Yep, so it's getting a little bit more dangerous, right? There is no extra save. Mengxi did have to commit his ultimate, so the full value of this Zhenren has been extracted earlier before that actual death. But right now, this opens up the map for AG again. And look, they're doing so many different things at the same time. Number one, they're getting the Tyrant. Number two, you have Ran who's split pushing on the top lane. And the save coming in from Sheng in the bottom lane. So it's all three lanes in benefit to AG, one play, but they get everything, the most value out of everything.
Yeah, and Zemo hasn't had the best of games recently, right? I mean, especially this one. He is suffering in terms of trying to find space for his team. He did a great job in the previous few games, but definitely in this one, it feels like the macro advantage, the lane priorities, it's not as well prioritized.
I think they need to be a little bit more decisive in their actions, right? So now that Zemo has gotten his hands on the Frigid Charge, there is 4 to 5 openings for a big stun setup for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? And they do have damage. Look, 8,000 gold. He is the highest farm on his team. So Lin Heng has a very important job. He needs the team to set up for him, and then he needs to go for the kills. So right now, if Weibo is able to kind of achieve that, that will put them in a good position. Because if they don't, if they keep allowing AG to passively split push, they're not going to have turrets to defend their hopes anymore in this game number 3.
But that's the thing that they need to be worried about, right? They need to be worried about Ron at all times. And Ron, he is in a great position right now. He has them pincered, and they don't know. They are actually going for it. Ron will be coming in from the back lines, but it's already a lot of frontline damage. Mengxi takes out Tin Yue, and Zemo goes down as well. So does Max, and eventually Ron comes in for the finish, and Sheng will be taking out Mengxi. Ino eventually goes down, but the rest of the team is still alive.
Yep, you divide and you conquer. That first catch, Sheng was so successful. Look, he stood at the edge. The Radiance gave Weibo Gaming that false confidence. No one was in that brush, but no, they were. Sheng was in that brush, and that was a nice catch onto the Ukyo, right? So actually taking away Ling Heng from the fights was a big loss because they didn't have enough stuns coming in. They didn't have enough damage. He was the main damage dealer on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, that positioning from the side of all gamers, they were setting up a trap. They weren't taking the Tyrant. That's what Weibo Gaming thought they were trying to do. And they were trying to position themselves from Tyrant. So, I mean, all gamers, they're playing 3D chess here. They're like 4 steps ahead.
Yep, and it's only gonna get more difficult from this point on. 11 minutes into the game, you have the Shadow Overlords flying down on that bot lane. At the same time, Ran, he's just making Weibo Gaming run around the map, right? Top lane is consistently pushed in. They have gotten the T2 on the top. And at this point, if he wasn't going to go for the Miracle Steal on that Crimson buff, but he's given valuable information, and the T2 on the bottom will fall.
Yeah, and it's a game of push and pull for all gamers, right? If Ron sees somebody, means Weibo Gaming, they're not here, so all gamers, you can go for something else. And now this bottom lane skirmish with the Shadow Vanguard, it will be essentially free because of that positioning they had to commit for Ron on the top lane.
Yep. And with a lineup like a Lady Sun, you know that turret taking is a breeze, right? Just a rolling raid, extra damage, extra range. You will be able to get free damage at this point. But once again, Sheng gets a catch.
Sheng gets a catch onto Ling Heng once again, and Ling Heng is falling extremely low. He does eventually goes down. That Higher is proving to be the bane of their existence, but the jump in from Ron, he manages to get one bat and ready. 3 members of Weibo Gaming are down. The ultimate is being used by Max to stay alive, but he is not long for life as all gamers look to finish, and they will do so indeed as they take this series 2-1.
Yep, this is what we said, right? AG, they never take a loss lying down. It is coming back with a fury, coming back with a vengeance, a clean performance this time. And look, the teamwork. Once again, I think Sheng has to be farming the MVPs at this point. He was godlike in this game, very clean.
Sheng is a kidnapper, man. Like, how does he do it, right? His positioning is always like 4 steps ahead of the enemy team. Weibo Gaming, they never expect where he's from, and generally he gets napped. The first opening that they found, it was Sheng. The second opening that they found, it was Sheng. The third opening that they found, it was Sheng once again.
Yeah, look, and if there's any more catches, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Sheng as well. But regardless of that, I think the team also complemented him really well. So in that moment of chaos where, you know, I'm pretty sure in the comms, right, the jungler on the side of Weibo Gaming, Ling Heng, he was definitely like, I'm caught, right? And then the team starts to freak out, thinking about what's next, right? What do they do next? And then Zhongyi, Zoe comes in, Dream Roam comes to the back, catches 3 different members, they get the stun, and all of a sudden they're out of options.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially, there's only 1 out of 2 calls, right? Whether you take the team fight or you kind of disengage. And most of the times we see Weibo Gaming, they did not have the ability to re-engage, given that the utility has been baited out by all gamers already. So, I mean, all gamers, in a sense, they covered all their bases, right? They made sure that the re-engage is not possible, and afterwards, they do the kidnapping on site.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the itemization, take a look at the gold growth, like 11,000 on the hands of Inor here. I mean, stock standard, right? We know he's going to be a farming machine, but more importantly, I think it's also because the dwindling of the farm on Mengxi as well as Max, right? The 2 of them, they were just dwindling and falling far behind. So the save option coming in from the side of Mengxi, this Frigid Charge came pretty late into the game. They could not find any openings.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, right, there is no pseudo frontliner coming out from the side of Beijing Weibo. They had a lot of damage. They have a lot of damage items. But in the end, they aren't able to output the damage because the team fights weren't happening. They were just getting kidnapped.
Yeah, they couldn't find those gaps, right? I think end of the day, Beijing Weibo's draft, Weibo Gaming, it requires them to have the goal lead. So in the early parts of the game, when they had that sufficient goal lead, the players were able to jump in, get the stuns, because it's a risk that they could take. But the moment the farm transitioned over into advantage for the side of Chengdu AG, Chaowanhui, right, for all gamers, then you start to realize, hey, the killing potential is not there anymore. And Weibo Gaming, if they dove, it was almost guaranteed death.
Yeah, and this is one of the things where you talk about as well. It's the team synergy, right? The team synergy of all gamers when they want to commit to a gameplay, when they want to commit to a play. This is just so evident that it is go time. Even when they are losing, they will fight you bone and teeth.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you could see the difference. I think the mid lane was the main difference for both teams here, right? So, Ting Yue, look, I like the Shi pick. We have seen it played to the T as well, right? Where the Silky Beauty is a game changer. They get that singular target, they get the burst in. That was one of the styles that Weibo Gaming was going for in this game. But you can't compare to the range that is offered on this mid lane. Changshen, also known as Sheng here. Yeah, there is no way. Go away. We'll get the kills.
Yeah, the man, the kidnapper himself, right? 305 scoreline. All three of those kills were essential team fight starters. Who would have expected that Hai Yue is the first one into these battles, right? The combination is just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it was in my head, I was thinking, all gamers, who's gonna be the initiator? And it turns out it's this man, Chang Sheng, on the Hai Yue.
Yeah, so translation, he is the setup master here, setting up very big situations for the side of AG, and they really benefited off of these catches, right? So one of the things that was really important during this part of the match is, look, Chang Sheng is actually one level lower, right? And itemization wasn't in his favor, but the moment the gold swing happened, he was able to kidnap all the different people that would have made a difference in the team fights. No more set sail, that first interaction. Now, there is no more resurrection, second interaction. Third interaction, they actually got the catch onto the side of Ling Hen, right? So there's no more burst potential. And the fact, this one was, I think, more unfortunate rather than a skill play, but the Radiance was just out of range to be able to let them know that, hey, Sheng is in the brush there.
Yeah, and the positioning of Ron that comes through just to complement, right? If anything went wrong, Ron was there with the truth mantra to slam them into the wall. And with this final one, he actually committed so hard onto Ling Heng as soon as he spotted him out of position. And it was just a stellar call coming out from this man right here.
Yeah, so, you know, when you step into the Hai Yue domain, that's where she is the strongest, right? Number one, she has 50% shorter cooldowns. Her skills obviously does quite a bunch of damage. And when you get caught by a Hai Yue at such a late part of the game, right? Especially when they have the gold advantage, you know, it's more or less almost a guaranteed kill for the side of AG. So, smart plays, and like I said, in a battle where teams are pretty much at the top level, there are some moments where are defined by luck. And I think AG was a little bit luckier here because the Radiance did not show them that Chang Sheng, Mr. Sheng was there.
Yeah, definitely. After I saw the replay, I'm like, yeah, that was just a tiny pixel fragment away from spotting Hai Yue in that bush. I mean, whether or not he predicted it, it was still a trap laid out by all gamers, right? The initial premise of the trap itself is that, yes, we are trying to take the Tyrant and we're trying to draw us towards you so that you come towards us and then you get caught in our pincer movement because Ron was already positioned on the other side. So with that, they were actually just trying to fight them in that middle place. It was all preset by all gamers.
Yeah, and it's something that, you know, there's a reason why it's called a trap, right? There was a potential of them being able to swing the gold back into their favor, or at least even out the odds, right? And this is why they actually made that decision to go and check out that brush, check out the Tyrant Pit as well. It was an important marker for the team. If they had gotten it, there was a chance they were able to maintain the waves a little bit better. They could maybe even get a few kills and would have turned that situation around. So this is why farm is so important. This is why the early parts of the game, those camp steals, those first bloods, those initial Tyrant takes are so important for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, right, with that game going over, it's now 2-1. So with that, there is a lot of things that these players need to think about. A lot of things are left in that gap here. Whether they're trying to recover from that previous game, they might let go of certain things in their bans and drafts here. We still have to be on track with what's available. This is the period where they need to talk to their coach and make sure that they're back on track, right? There's still a lot available. The Charlotte is still available for both teams. The pay is still available for both teams as well. So there's a lot of play potential coming in from those jungle and clash lanes.
Yeah, it's going to be very important, right? And I think based on what we know about AG, I think AG might want to secure that Inoa specialty, maybe in game, the game that nets them the win in the series, right? So whatever that is going to net them to the 4th win, I think that is when the Inoa special will come out in the form of the RD. In the meantime, right, I think it really is about Weibo Gaming. How well can they recover back into this series? Because there is a constant threat that, look, AG Global, very good at punishing teams. And it really came down to really small, minute moments in the matches where goal lead wasn't really like monstrously strong coming in from AG. But it was a moment where it was just enough for AG to edge it out. And suddenly, you know, it's the monster that we all recognize as AG.
Yeah, I mean, AG, they have been on this golden road for a very, very long time, right? They are aiming for the Grand Slam, and they look like they are in prime condition to do so. Whether or not Weibo Gaming can do that, I mean, they showed themselves in Game 2 already, right? Game 2 was actually very, very well done from the side of Weibo Gaming, and I hope that they can continue to keep that mentality in themselves, because this is a stage where you're questioning yourselves, right? You're questioning, you got played super hard by AG, but still, you still have to bounce back, you still have to return in prime condition.
Yeah, so, okay, let's take a look at the picks before they gave up the Dharma on the side of AG, right? So they don't have access to that anymore. They don't have the higher as well. So there is a chance that, look, Weibo Gaming can actually force out the Guan Yu. But then, of course, the coaches know about this, right? So it's a back and forth, right? Okay, do we have a comp that actually benefits a Guan Yu pick for the side of Weibo Gaming? Obviously not, right? So this might be a very quick burst composition, or even a composition that is very controlling. We have not seen the Princess Frost and Liang combination yet today, right? We also have not seen the Shikong Zhen coming out. Shikong not yet available for both teams, not being put up in the draft just yet. There are also big heroes like, I think Ogren. Ogren has not been used by AG just yet, so... And that's one of Zhongyi's, Zoe's specialties as well. So let's see what kind of cards AG wants to play and how does Weibo respond into this.
Definitely, it's going to be very crazy, especially if we head on into another tie. If Weibo Gaming can put us into 2-2, they are going to giving us a statement, right? They're telling us that yes, we are on equal terms with AG. We can answer back pound for pound. We can answer them for bar. But definitely, it's Weibo Gaming turn, and we saw that they have used a lot of priority picks already, right? With them, they don't have the Yingzhen available, they don't have the Dun available anymore. Whether or not they have that poke playstyle in them is going to be very, very evident, and whether or not they can adapt to different playstyles. We need to see a different side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, look, Weibo, I don't think they have committed too many prio picks nonetheless for their drafts, right? Ukyo definitely is not like the biggest prio in KPL, so they do have some options left. The question is, I think, will AG outdraft them in the thought process, right? You know, we have seen where the coaches one-up each other in the second half part of the draft, where you realize, oh no, I have stepped into a drafting trap, a composition trap. But of course, that is all in question. Let's take a look at the reality of the situation as we head into the fourth game. Now AG leading 2-1.
And yeah, I mean, this stat line just came into my head, right? Looking at Enor right now, he is #1 in the entire KPL for the average net worth in 10 minutes, right? He's always the highest net worth in 10 minutes at the farm lane. And this goes to show how crazy he is, given the fact that he's been on rotating so much different farm laners. We saw him play Dr. Bien, we saw him play Yango, also known as Renka, in the Chinese league.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility, which is why AG is so scary, right? Because like I said, the depth of heroes that they have is really big. At the same time, the proficiency level is so high. And I think, you know, in KPL, this is a bare minimum for all of the professional players so far. And it really surprises me how well these people actually can do under pressure. Because look, the KPL games are very pressurizing. Every instance of a buff, you give it up once you expose that timing to the opponent junglers, they will consistently come for it.
Yeah, and these are teams that exploit the smallest of mistakes, right? Show a tiny bit of weakness, and they are going to bite. So definitely both teams have to draft and pick to a T here. Now it is 2-1. All gamers back on the blue side.
Yeah, remember, this is a team that has benefited off a 70% win rate being on the blue side, being on the prio pick side.
Yep, that prio pick side will be used to ban out the Lady Sun and the Pei. Meanwhile, for Weibo Gaming, they are still keeping their heads intact. They managed to take out the Luban Da Shi, which is Master Luban, aka Luban as well himself. And the early pick is now gone.
Yeah, they don't want to allow that signature pick coming in, right? Definitely, this is not a series where you want to have another loss. Weibo Gaming right now, they are in a perfect position to be able to so-called muddle the spirits on the side of AG, right? If they can tie this series up, it also puts a little bit of fatigue into the bag of all gamers. So this is an important series, but all gamers, knowing this jungle Agudo coming out, also one of the Zoe specials, this also puts into contention about that tower taking speed, right? So fast, maybe we'll see the Enoir coming in with a Direnzier. This is a combination also frequently used in this league where they take turrets like free.
And yeah, I mean, Agudo is a very, very strong pick right now in the current meta, but Weibo Gaming, they answer back with a play of their own, right? This is not necessarily a counterplay. They're trying to distance themselves. They pick themselves a Hano and a Kaiser. The Invincible Warrior is, of course, very good in dealing with that front line, very good at peeling as well. But for all gamers, they have a lot of possibilities, right? The Zhenren is still available to pair with the Agudo, so you can actually stop that Lam from coming through, but the Kaiser's already picked.
Yep, I like this point, right? The fact that they have Zhenren means they can kind of sustain that damage over time offered by this Hano. Hano, he thrives in long duration fights, right? Every Scepter of Fate is going to hurt more and more, and all of a sudden you find yourself lifeless in the face of this time-shifting maestro. Now, this Tai Zhenren combination with Chano coming in from AG has a 100% win rate. They have not lost on this combination yet.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, I feel that for all gamers, they play this Zhenren and Chano very, very differently compared to what Weibo Gaming did just now, right? Where you would think that, oh yeah, a second life, it's good to sustain. But no, it means that you can dive even more. So they get even more aggressive when they pick up this Zhenren. So right now, Weibo Gaming, they picked up a Sikong for themselves as we move on into the second phases of that.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, they are so scared of the burst potential, right? If they get the lead, and AG being known for a team that is able to get the lead in the early parts of the game, they will have maximum efficiency for both the Mai and the Gun and Mo. So they will be having those bans coming in from Weibo Gaming. Likewise, All Gamers Global, they're looking at trying to limit the duration of the fights here. They take out the tie-in. They don't want to allow the heals coming in. It's a big synergy that works really well with all picks coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming, it feels like they are trying to go for the long game here, right? With the Sikong and the Hano as well, combined together with Zhang Fei, they're just trying to survive this early all-out aggression that's going to come out from all gamers. And of course, with that Zhenren and Chano Agudo pick, I mean, that trio is going to do well with any mage, and they pick up the Ziya for themselves.
Oh, here comes the Guan Yu coming out from the side of AG. Now, this is to try and funnel everyone into the loving arms of Jiang Ziya here for the side of Sheng, but also putting them in a big situation where the support Shuai can actually get the multi-man stun that's required. And all in the meantime, Enoir as well as Zoe will be able to just drop down damage.
Oh my god, we are looking at two different fundamental gameplays here, right? All gamers, they are trying to catch, they are trying to kill, they are trying to find weakness. Meanwhile, Weibo Gaming, it is to hide all sorts of weaknesses and just try and survive, poke from afar, infinite vastness, keep that survivability with that Lung. Zhang Fei, he is supposed to help you survive, and the rest of the team as well, they're just trying to survive here.
Yeah, my main concern here for Weibo Gaming is, look, I like the composition, right? In long extended fights, they do well. You have the Leaping Savior. There is a lot of shield value coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, right? But it also places a huge emphasis on the Tingyue to land those Scepters of Fates and also to keep Max safe. Now, are they going to be able to do that? Because they have quite a bit of control coming out from AG. You have the Divine Punishment coming out from Sheng. You have the stuns coming out from the second skill of Shuai. You have the Latch On as well. And of course, Ran, if you fail to keep your eyes on him, that Razor Cavalry flank is going to be so painful to deal with.
Yeah, definitely there's a lot of catch potential coming out from all gamers, and this is the catch that they need to be worried about, right? With that Zhenren, we know how all gamers like to play. They don't play defensive. They are not scared of you because they have a second life now, and anyone anybody is expected to throw that second life. It might not be just for the channel alone. Guan Yu and now Agudo can actually dive your backlines as well. So it's a very scary form of catch. Meanwhile, for Weibo Gaming, I am confused to the part where how are they gonna catch, right? They have a lot of sustained damage, but the catch comes in the form of the Zhangfei, it comes in the form of that Kaiser as well. So whether or not they're willing to give their lives for this catcher, it's just gonna have to be in the game.
They're looking to fight more for the objectives at this point, right? I think that's where their strength comes from, because you have to go and contest against them. And if Beijing Weibo Gaming at this point is able to secure a little bit better farm at the start of this game, then AG has to play their pacing, right? They have to, if they really want to contest for those neutral objectives like the Tyrant and Overlord, you have to fight into the lineup of Beijing Weibo. And Beijing Weibo's lineup is a lineup that if you really choose to butt heads with, they will drag the fight, and in a long fight, they will beat you.
Yeah, so it's a key about AG, all gamers right now, to keep the fight as short as possible, right? If you can kill someone off within those first few seconds of the engagement, you potentially win the fight. But if you don't, then Weibo Gaming, they will bite back with their sustain.
Yep, there's a couple of different fight pacings coming out from the side of AG, right? So they're actually, the strength of their draft is the fact that they are able to kind of force out ultimates coming out from Weibo Gaming, right? So if the Zhenren Shuai actually gets a stun onto multiple members on the side of Weibo Gaming, it might force out the Infinite Vastness, it might force out the Invincible Warrior, it might even force out the Unbridled Outburst in situations before the actual fight happens. So this is something that Weibo Gaming needs to keep really calm and composed and understand, is this a situation where I will really die in the fight? And if they know that it's not going to be the case, then they shouldn't, release those ultimates or flashes too easily.
Yeah, and now we are in game number 4 of All Gamers versus Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming are looking to tie things up 2-2. All Gamers will find themselves at match and series point if they win this.
Yep, look, the stats are not looking good for the side of Weibo Gaming. Enoch has played this hero 6 times, he has won 6 times. 100% win rate, he is number 1 in the league when he uses this hero. Based on stats. So Weibo Gaming, I think they need to be clean, they need to be fast.
Yeah, and this is something that they have experienced as well, because that revenge match, right, that match in the Group S stage, they actually used it against him.
Yeah, they get the stun, and this is the strength. It is going to be first blood onto Zimo of all people. And at this point, Mengxi is going to fall as well. The roam and the clash get taken out. They do trade out run for this, but is it a big win for the side of Weibo? No, it's not. AG, all gamers, start the game with a bang.
And the thing about Weibo Gaming is they are trying to get the trades as much as possible. And that was, I mean, that might not be the best trade, but it is still a trade nonetheless. It's better than nothing. And it's just not a good look, right? To the fact that they are
is he really going to... Oh, that was close, that was close. So Max actually, I mean, he walks off with a sliver of health there. That was really close, playing it to the T. And now they won't be able to get the kill onto Mengxi here with Enoch laying those arrows on him. But for now, Weibo Gaming struggling to find their spot in the gorge.
Yeah, definitely. Weibo Gaming, I mean, they are gonna get ran at over here. And if you take a look at this replay right here, right? Zimo, he is just way out of position. And the fact of the matter is, there is a Zhenren coming from the other side. And Da Shuai, he did such a great job. But of course, the trade was eventually found. But it's still a 2-1 trade for the side of All Gamers. And for All Gamers, for them, they want to be an advantage. Mind you, they need to be an advantage. If Weibo Gaming's lineup is at a slight advantage, they are ahead.
Yeah, but their wave clear is so strong though on the side of AG, right? So look, they have the AoE coming out from Shuai, they also have the critics coming in, they commit the Invincible Warrior, they're looking for that opening onto Sheng. Can they actually get it? He actually makes it out, and here comes the turnaround for the side of AG. There is a plenty of damage coming in from AG, but it's not enough to make that killing blow just yet. Ran does commit his ultimate, so it gets the Razor Cavalry, but the flash comes in. Zimo, he's trying to look for an opening, but AG, they're all low, they will not overcommit. Playing it safe, they have to give up the Azure buff to Weibo Gaming.
And Weibo Gaming, small wins is the fact of the matter for them right now. They have to take these small wins if they want to take the sustained team fights, yes. And for the fact of the matter is, if all gamers overstay their welcome, Weibo Gaming, their damage will eventually stack up, right? That's the storyline that we need to see out of Weibo Gaming. That's the lineup that they have went for, so they need to assure that they survive. But now look at this catch coming through.
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to get the kill here. He still does have his infinite vastness, right? That's a big marker to see if there's a potential kill. And at this point, you know, it's really daunting to me because I feel like this game places a lot of emphasis on the Tingyue. Tingyue, his Heino, he needs to be the one that really is accurate. As long as he lands those Scepters of Fates onto all the members of AG, Weibo Gaming have a very strong fight presence.
Yeah, that Scepter of Fate is going to be key. The accuracy is going to be very important. Now, the objectives are out on the map. The Weibo Gaming even get a hand in these objectives here, right? Technically, they want to go for these objectives, but all gamers, they look like they have a very strong team fight to clear out the back line.
They're rushing in. They want to try and contest for this. The reset happens. It's actually all good for all gamers at this point. Now, Weibo Gaming, they do have quite a bit of damage over time, and it looks like the call here is let's play it safe, right? So Zoe does not overcommit. They give it over to the side of Linghen. So Weibo Gaming, they start off this first 4 minutes pretty okay. They get that steal onto that Tyrant.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, they're trying to cut casualties for now, but they can try to show their fangs.
Yep, they do force out the flash from Sheng once again, and here comes the Fate Rewind, but he's falling low. Oh no, Linghen gets caught out, and it is going to be Zhongyi. Zoe gets the kill. What's more, double damage coming in. Tingyue taken as well, and AG somehow, they find an opening. They get a third kill in the form of Mengxi, and AG run rampant, 5-1 at this point.
Yeah, two very fundamentally different styles of gaming, right? For Weibo Gaming, they're trying to survive as much as possible. And our gamers, you know that they're gonna bring the heat with this lineup, with the bear jumping in, with the secondary life available from Shuai on that Zunrun. It's going to be just pure aggression.
Yeah, look, there is definitely a disconnect in terms of communication here. The fact that Linghen was all alone trying to chase out Sheng in the middle lane made the entire team overcommit in positioning as well, right? Tingyue, unfortunately, a victim of his captain's call there, and with that, the rotations coming in, it made life so difficult. They caught the roam as well, and now look, big ultimates committed. Max has to give out the infinite vastness. They're looking for an opening. The support does come in. Can they catch Enor? Enor running into the shadows, and right now they're not catching anything. Chasing air. As Weibo Gaming, they might be susceptible to a counter-attack, but AG saying no, there's better things on the map to play for.
Yep, they're hitting a wall here on Weibo Gaming. They just have to survive the game for as long as it takes. And this Guanyu, at this point, is going to be more and more so of a problem, especially when you start to see these turrets going down. He has more brush space, right? And with more brush space, what does that entail? The flanks are open. And with that, you need to be wary of those flanks at all times.
Yep, it's going to be unfortunate for the side of Max though. Look, he is trading by more than 1,000 gold. He does not have a call item just yet, and at this point, Zimor has been caught out. The burst damage does come in. He rolls forward. Zoe looking for the kill. Thunders might commit it just to keep his life safe at this point. So Weibo Gaming struggling to keep up with the pace of an AG as they take that Crimson Golem.
And this is a point in the game where you start to see all gamers start to choke out the resources of Weibo Gaming, right? They were trying to survive to not get to this state, but now with all the other turrets gone, there is no safety zone for the side of Weibo Gaming. They might be playing around the Azure Golem right now, but all gamers can change that any second.
Yep, they can take towers in about 5 to 6 seconds. That's really quick coming out from the side of AG, right? So Weibo Gaming, they need to find an angle. Where do they get this recovery from, right? And that's such a difficult question, which is also why Weibo Gaming kind of commits onto Sheng, right? Sheng is the most immobile hero on the side of All Gamers Global. The moment he does not have his flash, he is at risk of dying every single time. But Weibo, I think they're a little bit overzealous. They need to guarantee the kill before they actually commit the flashes, the big ultimates here.
Yeah, definitely so. And the only form of catch available from Weibo Gaming, I feel it's only the Kaiser at this point. Ling Heng being that only factor. The rest, they just seem like damage to me, right? They seem like damage, they seem like survivability. They don't have any way to start the team fight unless they use their own HP bars. And that's what I'm looking forward to see of Weibo Gaming. See if anyone sacrifices himself to actually start the team fight.
Yep, they're trying to go for the pincer move here. It is going to be Ling Hun. He's chasing down Enor. Enor will be able to flash out at this point, but gets slowed down. The save does come in. The stun as well. Everyone throwing everything to try and save his life. They do make the save, but they're falling low on the side of Enor. The heal comes in, but on the back lines, Ran is making trouble for the side of Weibo Gaming. Does get the knockback. Will not be able to get the kill. So far, both teams, they trade out punches. Nobody dies.
That was actually extremely good positioning from Weibo Gaming, right? That fight did them wonders. Now they can secure this Tyrant. They can potentially secure more objectives as well because they do get the Tyrant buff in this 9-minute mark. This is where the power spikes start coming through. The itemization is there from the Lung. He does have a bit of itemizations to fight, and as long as they can keep Eno away from these team fights, that's what they need to do.
Yeah, but they have to play so passive, right? And look at what passiveness gets you. Zoe, at this point, 7,000 gold in the bank, the highest farm in the game right now as we hit close to that 10-minute mark. They do have the Tyrant buff to work with for this first Shadow variant of the map, for the neutral objectives. But what more can they do, right? Every time Tingyue does not hit that Scepter of Fate, it is another chance that Weibo Gaming might lose the fight.
Yep, this passiveness is all that they have because this is what they drafted, right? This is very two different fundamental styles of gameplay. I think there is no way for them to initiate right now. All they can do is absorb and deal damage from the back.
Yep, Universal Law going to be laid down. Look, AG, they're not that interested in really going all in just yet. They want to go for the steal. Tyrant will be secured, but here comes that survival instinct. Can they get it done? Because Ran is on the back lines, catching out 4, getting the stuns in as well. Soaring Green Dragon does help to set the stage, but because of the Tyrant buff, they can't take the fight. Weibo Gaming, everyone is low on the side of AG, and here comes Max, gets the kill on the Sheng, and the map is a little bit more open. Weibo Gaming definitely can make some structural damage happen.
Yeah, and that's the fight that they were looking for. They had to absorb and absorb and absorb, right? They just need to keep absorbing because for them, there is no possible way to catch them. Only when all gamers initiate, that's when Weibo Gaming can strike. And this is exactly what you see happening. He used his HP, Max used his HP to infinite fastest away to start this team fight. And at the same time, Ling Heng is able to deal the damage in the back line because there is no way to keep them there. And finally, the finish comes out from Xiao Mai, also known as Max.
Ling Hun was controlling 4 people at one time, right? This is the strength of the Kaiser, but once again, they're going for a fight. This might be a big moment. Will commit that Fate Rewind on the side of Weibo Gaming, and so AG, they have managed to burn out a huge ultimate, right? Which means there is a potential of getting this Shadow Overlord. They did lose the Tyrant to the side of Weibo Gaming. They definitely need this at this point to alleviate the pressure. Will be pushed that. Zoe at this point gets hit by the Scepter of Fate. This is a good side for Tingyue. Can they get the steal on their side? They do! It is Weibo. They get the steal. The damage does come in, but here comes a Thunderous Might. Ran will not listen to the instructions, tries to go for the Defiance, but everyone is low on the side of AG. And Weibo Gaming, once again, they can put additional pressure in this mid lane.
Yeah, for them, it's not about the kills, right? It's trying to fight for these objectives, and essentially, they do so. And Weibo Gaming, they gonna have to take this one step at a time, make sure that all gamers keep trying to fight into them. This is exactly what they want.
Okay, so they cut the goal lead to about 2,000, right? So obviously AG is still in the lead, right? But Weibo Gaming so far has been making all the right moves in the past 2 to 3 minutes, and hopefully they get rewarded. But no, right as we compliment the Monksy, gonna take the first fall, and all of a sudden, massive damage coming in from the side of AG. They're trying to push Ling Hun away. The Infinite Vastness does land onto 3 sides on the side of AG, and they might have enough damage because Max does have it, does have the items. Ling Hun is holding on, holding 3, gives his life. But where is the damage coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming? The flank will not happen at this point, and at this point, Zoe is looking for an opening, might be able to spot out Max, does not catch him in range, and they commit the Scepter of Fates as well as the Fate Rewind. Weibo Gaming, they make the play, they get out.
Yeah, but at the same time, the bottom lane turret is getting pushed in, so that Shadow Vanguard might actually take it. They do get that tier 3, so that's huge for the side of Weibo Gaming. I think that that's one of their game plans as well, but of course, very well played by all gamers, right? Segmenting the fights into 2 after getting Mengxi as well as forcing out the infinite fastest, making sure that Heino is unavailable to deal the damage. If you take a look at Zoe's position, he's on the hunt for Heino at this point, so that Ting Yue is unable to land the Scepters of Fate down during the team fight.
Yeah, so both teams actually know what is important, right? AG, Global, all gamers actually being able to find that opening more apparently compared to Weibo Gaming. Run is trying his best to force out the ultimates from Max, does get the job done. This is a good situation for the side of AG as they try to work on this Shadow Tyrant in the game. So now with no save concept on the side of Max, this could be a good fight for the side of AG to take.
Yeah, so they're gonna need another body to soak up, right? We saw Mengxi being the first, we saw Max being the second, but now the team fight will ensue.
Yeah, but the fight is not that good for the side of AG, right? There is no Ran, he's trying to get the flank in, but the vision has been given by the minions as well. This Tyrant could very well go into the hands of Weibo Gaming, and with the Tyrant buff, you know Weibo Gaming is going to be able to fight much better. Now Shuai, I think, hasn't been able to find an opening just yet, tries to latch on. And at this point, they kind of even out the resources. AG, they don't want to overstep their boundaries.
Get Ling Heng's positioning though.
Okay, they get the steal. This is a good start to the fight. Can they get more damage in? No, they have to back off. Ling Heng cuts them off in the middle. Ran trying to save the day, but Sheng is the first to fall on the side of all gamers. And maybe this is the opening that Weibo Gaming have been searching for all game long. Zoe falling low. Can he get the Scepters of Fate? Landed on top 4 as well. Ran trying to save the day. First life gone for the side of Zoe. Second life going to be taken as well. It is Zoe taking the fall. 2 members down. 40 seconds. And Weibo Gaming, they can take this game. There is a way to work with.
Yeah, Ling Heng finding the flank of a Century here, but the extended team fight will be going on. They do have the wave of super creeps that will be crashing in really soon. Can they hold on here for all gamers?
Yep, it's not enough at this point. The wave, they need to get the clear as well. The multi-man stun comes in from Shuai. He does manage to help clear the wave. And now, Weibo Gaming, they need to turn tails, get the run. They do have a Crimson buff to work with.
Yeah, but they didn't get that Shadow Tyrant, right? So with this, with that entire team fight going on, the flank of the Century found by Ling Heng in that back line, right? Knocking up 2 members. Especially important was that Eno was taken out of the fight, forced to use the flash, did not have those countermeasures to get away and join those team fights. This is why Zoe and Sheng could instantly fall as well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the positioning of Max this game has been so much cleaner than his performance earlier in the series, right? He's able to come in late last, but here comes the potential steal. Can they get it? No, Weibo still secures it for themselves at this point, but Ling Heng is pushing them all back. Can they get the catch as well? Unbridled Keepers, the multi-stuns coming in. Eno is down for the count, 40 seconds away from the goals. They get outsung as well, just leaving Zoe as well as Shuai to try and defend themselves for their lives. Ran the next to fall, and right now it is just Zoe left alone to trifle with Weibo Gaming.
And with the Shadow Vanguard actually coming down the middle of the lane, it might look like the end here for all gamers as Weibo Gaming look to tie things up as they get ace. The next member away is 15 seconds.
Yep, there's no way. 15 seconds. It's going to be 15 seconds too long. It is Eno. He's not going to be able to hold this against the 4 different members of Weibo Gaming. The victory is here. The comeback is apparent. 2-2. Beijing Weibo Gaming takes the win.
Yeah, and this is what I was looking forward to, right? Because using your HP bar as a resource, using your own life as a resource. For me, it was Weibo's Gaming did not have any catch. They did not have any initiation, no setup, but they use themselves as the setup. Like, use my life. I'm gonna bait myself, and we see that Max and Sheng, they were the main targets of all gamers because they're gonna come in. They pick the lineup where they are gonna have to fight into us. So therefore, we lay the damage down.
Yeah, you know, against Eno, it's pretty hard to catch him, but let's hear what they have to say in the discussion.
对吧？能踩着。我感觉我们要先把那个斯文人给他杀掉，然后微博应该是。真的，人家还是迟早了，他俩这个再攻一下攻不了，我还没追到我操。
Yeah, they were talking about the control actually on the side of AG. So they wanted to control the Kaiser, but I think it's really difficult to do so because he was setting up the team fights just by throwing himself right in the middle of everyone, right? So it essentially blocked off the save potential or the initiation coming out from Shuai as well, right? This Zhenren couldn't find an angle at all. He had to go past Linghen, which Linghen all of a sudden just became 20 times bigger.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, right? At the start of the game, we saw that all gamers, they did a very good job of finding catches again and again. They found the patterns to throw the bodies again and again. But it was always, they had that ticking time bomb, right? When you have that Sikong, it's always that ticking time bomb because that clash lane is eventually going to become so big that it becomes the secondary farm laner or the secondary carry of the game. And that's what the Sikong provides into the game as well. And they made use of those timings very, very well. But let's just take a look at the post-game stats.
Yeah, I think the itemization has been really clean, and Tingyue actually did so well in this game. I think, yes, he didn't get any kills, but the amount of damage over time he was offering to the team was very valuable, especially in long extended fights, right? End of the day, Linghen's job was just to be in the face of Shuai. And I think that was one of the main win conditions why AG couldn't sustain against Weipo's damage. Because every time Shuai wanted to come in, frigid charge, get the second skill, get the stuns in, there was no value because there was no one else he was able to stun. He could only stun up Linghen. And there was too much mobility towards the end of the game where like Zimo, he was one of the main damage dealers. Tingyue was at the backlines just continually throwing those scepters of face. And Max, for the first time in 4 games, he has been super clean, squeaky clean in his movements this game.
Yeah, the infinite vastness, reaction time on point as well, making his HP bar a resource, proving to be the setup for himself, right? It's okay if we don't have a setup. I am the setup. They will go on me and I will pop my ultimate, run away, come back, and then we fight the team fight. Look at the goal graph. It was in AG's favor all the way. But for Beijing Weibo, they had a lot of intricacies, a lot of layers to their strategies as well.
Yeah, it came to the understanding on the side of Weibo Gaming's draft where, look, this is Honor of Kings. There is no way you win a game without fighting at all. You have to fight with us. And Weibo Gaming forced them to fight on the side of AG. Like, there was no way. You had to defend your base. You had to defend your T3s. You had to fight for the objectives. And these are all close quarters, right? You don't get to have a global skill that come in. There's no Nuwa. There is no Nerza. We have to fight face to face. And in a face-to-face, tight space battle, Weibo Gaming is able to do much more damage.
Yeah, and all gamers really needed more, right? As I was saying at the start of the game, they need the advantage. As long as Weibo Gaming are somewhat similar, Weibo Gaming are winning. And they proved that. Even with the gold not in their favor at all, they kept a close, firm grasp on all gamers.
Yeah, I think, personally, this MVP of the game is between Linghen as well as Tingyue for me, right? Both of them were very prominent in the reason for success in this 4th game of the series. Weibo Gaming, I think, look, it was a very hard struggle at the start of the game because all gamers, they knew exactly what the win condition was. They didn't want them to hit those late game timings, late game items as quickly as possible. So they kept going for the kills, they kept stifling their growth in the jungle, and they made life difficult for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and I really think that the MVP for me is also Tingyue because he's gonna appear on the screen right now, and there we go, it's Tingyue. I guessed it correctly, man. Yay! And now him on the Heino, right? He's with the Scepters of Fate. He might not have any kills, but if you take a look at the damage stat line, right? He did so much damage in providing keep away factors for the rest of all gamers. Making sure that they cannot come in and fight is a form of deterrence as well.
Yeah, he was marinating there. He was seasoning the team up for the taking, just melting down slowly with every scepter that hit. It was just pain after pain for the side of AG. And this is all benefits to Linghen as well, because Linghen was consistently in the faces of the side of AG, and AG could not ignore him, right? So they couldn't focus on Tingyue. So the moment Tingyue has freedom, with every throw of the scepter, look at the damage coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the damage was insane, but if you take a look at what else was going on the map, actually, Max was doing such a great job of keeping Guan Yu away from the team fight. And of course, with the Tyrant in their favor, they actually go for the Fate Rewind, despite the fact that Guan Yu managed to catch 2 members of Weibo Gaming, they still could not fight the sustain.
Yeah, they were just out of range, right? They couldn't touch Tingyue, but Tingyue could touch them. And I think at this point, it was a very pressurizing situation because, look, they had Ran, who managed to, like you said, managed to catch 4 different people on the backlines, right? But then nobody on the side of AG was close enough to benefit off of that. And all of a sudden, after that skirmish, right, Ling Hen comes into your face. Look, Shuai had no option. There was no one to stun. There was no one else to latch on. He could only get the stuns onto Ling Hen. And in that moment, so much freedom for Max, so much freedom for Tingyue. All they had to do was to throw the skills all together. But I want to hear what they were talking about in the game.
就来有他打龙，你们打，准备控二过龙，莫西准备控二过龙，不用急，还没到那个空打野的时候，别急，准备打人血就行。我先打，关键到了，往前打就行。可以准备吼着狼狗再过来。我看了，空打来了，别狗。没看到，先打我。别急，先打我。关羽，注意关羽。来卡了，我有后续，狗被卡到了，断了。狗位置。哎，全位。后续跟不了，别急，马上打完了。兄弟有后续，跟我。狗。接，能接，狗护。我没护。我有后续，跟不上，拉狗。全他了，走。我4秒了，接。我可以去绕后续。等你这边。我去看龙了。有行动，去。那个。位置好。谁干？看狗。阿古多没打，走。阿古多没打。看不到。我空到狗了。阿古多打正面，狗铲出去了。狗没铲。留他一，狗没铲，留他一。阿古多。他们打狗没铲，有后续。他们还有后续。没事，救我。我能帮你们拆，我能看啥？帮你拆，我能帮你拆。太慢了。哎，这不中线，能看我中线。你别等我们。这不没拦了，哎，快到了，我在看。来看我。他也没闪，这个狗。他们打他狗没闪。我去控狗，别慌。我这样。追高我。急。狗。死了。你们看着打过去吧，我手没拦了。没闪，他也没闪，老婆狙走，他也没闪。我先他走不动。秒了，上一波，来吧，他们很久兄弟们，我回个家，然后我大人能回带。OK，come on，公司节拍起来 ，come on，漂亮，中间，可以，无敌看，兄弟，漂亮的翻盘局，我说要前期我们这场打就行了，感觉那个时间秒不了，他直接出发，我们这样让头上，我们交闪时间，对，这样干打都干上去了，前面太炸了，来，翻盘局，漂亮，翻盘局。
Yeah, give me that heart rate monitor, man. I mean, I think I'm feeling the same kind of pressure. They were at like 140 BPM. That's insane. This was a tight series, and look, everything was on the line here because it could have been very well a position where AG could have been just one game away from taking the entire series. But here we are, 2-2.
And who would have thought, right? Who would have thought a better team to do this? A team that struggled to get to where they are right now. Weibo Gaming, they brought us to Ultimate Battle with Wolves Esports, and now they took down Wolves Esports already out of the league, and now against one of the titans of KPL, All Gamers, they bring us to a 2-2 scoreline. I mean, it was very, very well drafted, right? Going back into the game, going back into what they were saying in the communications as well, there was something that I was looking for, right? Where you can see that Max was saying, well, I might, which means I be the bait. I'll be the bait. And he indeed was the bait with the Infinite Masters. I was so impressed by this guy, man.
Yeah, he was going to give his life for the cause, right? But thankfully he didn't have to. I think the catch coming in, it really came down to just opening. I think Ling Hen on this Kaiser was so prominent, right? He was definitely the catalyst for why the success came in this fourth game, because he provided so much space for Zizumo to come in as the Shikong, right? He was just throwing lightning all around. At the same time, they also opened up space for Max. Max able to get some nice snipes onto Sheng. Look, Sheng is pretty squishy, so nonetheless, it's one member down on the side of AG before big moments where they had to really go for the skirmish, go for the fights as well. And I think they controlled Ran really well, right? This was Max's forte. The riding the winds, just pushing him around, there was no way he could get the flank anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of disruption from the side of Weibo Gaming, but now that both teams are tied up, right, there's still a lot of priority picks in the pool. We saw the Charlotte, we saw the Pei getting banned out. So, I mean, these are things that are still available, right? Ogren is still available as well. The Arlie was banned out, so it's still available for all gamers. So they are not out of Steam yet. They have yet to show their full hand. I believe that Ziya might not have been the best draft with the channel, but still, it's a best of 7 series. It's a marathon. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, they had to save those picks, right? Look, they still have the Nua, they still have Gan and Mo. Very big picks coming out from both teams, right? These are huge burst potential heroes. They have been saved. We have not seen Princess Force just yet. We have not seen the Liang. So many different options to explore. And at this point, right, it's really who is able to edge it out, because the drafts have been clean. You can see why certain heroes are there. The setup from the Jiang Ziya coming in is actually very valuable for the side of AG, because if they are consistently able to lock them down, then it doesn't matter how much healing you have, because you cannot sustain against the damage. There's no lifesteal coming in.
Yeah, and now it's back to a game of permutations and combinations, right? This is the timing where these coaches talk to the players about what they're comfortable with. What have we picked so far? And what's gonna work for us right now? And for Weibo Gaming, I was worried about them, right? I was a bit worried after game number 3. I was a bit worried about the mentality. But showing how they played in game number 4, they have bounced back fully. And this game number 5 here is going to determine who gets match point.
Yeah, look, if I'm Weibo Gaming, I'm going to ban out the Arlie for the rest of the series. There's no way I'm giving you the Arlie. There's no way we're going to a game 7. I want to crush you here. I want to crush you now. I want to crush you in 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely I want to crush the defending champions, AG, as fast as possible, right? Take them out of the standings and secure myself a slot in the grand finals, because this is the upper bracket final. So whoever wins this series is guaranteed second place in KPL Spring season.
Yep, everyone, you look, has so many friends, and there's a reason for it. He's one of the best, if not the best farm laner in the league in KPL at this moment. But so far, Weibo Gaming have been putting up a very strong argument as to why things will change.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the mainstays, right? One of the mainstays being the reason is Ling Heng as well, also known as Nuan Yang in the Chinese server. He is one of the mainstays of Weibo Gaming. He has been there since the same time as Eno in 2019, right? So he's been doing this for a very long time. He's a veteran in the server.
Yeah, so batchmates and right now rivals. So these are the picks for both sides, which have netted them the wins and the loss respectively. And look, this is a very small pool of hero used from both sides. There is a lot more permutations available, there are a lot more combinations available, and I don't see an Elaine coming out from Weibo or AG just yet, right? Have we seen an Elaine? I think we've seen one Elaine.
Yeah, we've seen the Elaine, but not the Elaine Dolia.
Not available either way.
Not available either way, but now we do have the first bans going out for the side of Weibo Gaming. They will be taking out the Lupan Dashi. They don't want to give that to all gamers, right? And now the Arlie as well. You said it best, right? You don't want to give it to the best Arlie player currently in this meta.
Yeah, there's no way in the world I'm giving up that pick. And of course, AG gonna take away the Guan Yu as well as the Lady Sun. So I'm looking for, I think we might be transitioning into Assassin Jungle picks here. There is still the option of the Ogren for the side of AG, but I think Weibo, they should be able to rush down the defenses on the side of AG. And like I said, Assassin, right? So they start off with the the picks available in the farm lane. You have the Direnjie. And look, there's I mean, that's the only hero I can think of at this point, but Direnjie, he's not going to survive well against a Pei.
Yeah, he does not survive that well against a Pei indeed. And one of the counters that we see to a Pei is generally to lock him down, right? Something along the lines of Liang, something along the line of something with a lot of CC to keep him there and make sure that he does not jump your backline. And all gamers, they actually go for the Liang pick, and they will respond with the Ogren that you were talking about.
Yeah, I think it's too risky to pick up the Princess Frost at this point, right? You want to see what else that Weibo Gaming has in store. Going up against the Ogren. Oh, they're gonna pick up the Kong Konger. So Kong Konger, now finally it's been shown. It's time to talk about this hero. Now he is one of the new heroes that has landed in KPL as of recent. He does have the ability to steal your items if he gets a basic attack on you with by himself or with his illusions. So the number of items he can steal is dependent on the number of illusions he has. He has a maximum of 3 illusions, meaning in a big team fight, he could potentially steal 3 items from you.
Yeah, and of course, all gamers, they're going for the Princess Frost. So we are going to see Sheng on his signature hero, the FMVP, going for this.
Yeah, look, this is a scary combination, but I think for Weibo Gaming, as long as Ling Hen plays safe, calculated in this case, AG is not gonna have an easy time spotting out this Tiger.
Yeah, the pay is going to be one of the threats indeed, because Weibo Gaming, you gotta know that Ling Heng, he plays a very main pay as well as Zoe as well. So both of them are very familiar with the game style that usually a pay would play. And a very interesting ban coming out from all gamers, they actually take out the Yuange, also known as the Yango.
Yango, okay, let me explain to you why Yango is banned here. Because Yango has been recently reworked, right? So now he or she or it is able to kind of get pieces. And once this hero acquires 50 pieces, he or she or it is going to be able to make his puppet into an exact clone of an opponent hero. So imagine having Winter is here. Imagine having Control from the Liang. Like, that's a very scary pick coming out from Weibo Gaming. So AG, I think, is a smart ban. There's no way you want to fight against yourself here.
Yeah, there's no way that you want to fight against an exact clone that can use your skills bit for bit. For Weibo Gaming, they're going up against very, very prioritized picks here, right? They are picking the Charlotte for themselves, and of course, the Concert Yui. But all gamers, interesting picture, taking up the Garo for themselves.
Yeah, I think you want to play the shield values, attack from range as well. Going up against the Nua, the burst damage that is offered by Ino is going to be very valuable against Ting Yue, right? So, like I said, this game, I think vision is really important, right? If AG has a vision advantage in comparison to Weibo Gaming, you can definitely expect there will be a lot of snatch kills, instant kills, and jumps. That's what they're aiming for. Similar for the side of Weibo Gaming, actually, because if Ling Hen actually is able to find out Ino on this Garo, or maybe a Sheng or Shuai that does not have abilities, then it's a pretty quick kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a very, very quick kill coming out from Weibo Gaming if they can find the jump, right? If they can find the jump. So that's very important. But what I'm worried about here for Weibo Gaming is that they don't look like they have a front line, especially if there's a lot of damage coming out from all gamers. Weibo Gaming has nobody to peel and tag for them.
They don't need to, right? End of the day, I think Weibo Gaming's strength here is the ability to put you in a 4v5 situation or an outnumbered situation really quickly, right? So if in a situation, it requires you to be able to catch out the members on the side of Weibo Gaming, right? And if you don't do it correctly, as cleanly as possible, the turnaround potential of Weibo Gaming is really high. They have a lot of burst damage potential too.
Ah, right. I see. I mean, with the Liang, I would say it's a bit hard, right? But let's just take a look at their lineups right here. We do have the stun coming out from Kong Konger, which is a very good tool, especially to set up, right? For the side of Weibo Gaming, because you can actually swap places with your illusion and try and stun them as well.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm gonna give a little bit of context into why this Weibo Gaming's draft is so scary. Yes, you have the Liang, but you have so many heroes on the side of Weibo Gaming that has disruptions. So, skill 1, creation from the Nua, able to push you back, that counts as a mini stun as well. It cancels Liang ultimate, right? Secondly, you have the Consort Yu with the vaulting shot, the ultimate, jumps on you, also stun, also stops Liang ultimate. And And then you have Charlotte jumping in, power gradation, ultimate also a stun. So look, this game is not going to be very easy for the Liang. That's going to be played by Shuai. So we'll see. Positioning is so important. Vision 2.
Yeah, all gamers and Weibo Gaming, we're going into the derby. We are in game 5 right now. Whoever takes this will be at match point, guaranteed. And potentially, we might see an ultimate battle today.
Yeah, this might be the biggest one. 7 matches, 7 wins. This is why he is FMVP Sheng. But first blood.
It is going down on that bottom lane. Tingyue actually finds the better of Eno, finds him out of position. And that is the flash expended, as well as we see the extended team fight going on, but will not be pursued from the side of Weibo Gaming. And that was huge, right? Burning the flash out of Eno on a Garo, a non-mobile character, is going to be very good for the laning phases.
Yeah, and more importantly, it's also about the EXP and gold growth, right? So you get those items early. Look, Eno on this Garo, she needs a bit of time. This is also one of the reasons why Eno is rotating between lanes. Now let's take a look at the replay once again. They didn't know about this rotation coming in from Tingyue, so it was a big moment, right? And because of the pushback, it also lowers the efficiency of your flash because you have to, you're kind of pushed back a distance, right? So it was a big moment for Tingyue to be able to get the first blood for the team.
Yeah, that Matrix really proving to be the bane of Eno's existence here. And right now, I mean, with all gamers giving up that first blood, right? You are going to see like Weibo Gaming get a bit more aggressive, get a bit more active as well. They do have the more aggressive lineup with the Laohu, with the Pei. And that's going to be very scary because Lingheng is the guy that's piloting this.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you give him a big lead, it's going to be even scarier because until Eno gets the itemization, and even if he gets the itemization, there is a very huge risk that Lingheng is able to just burst him down really quickly, right? That's one of the benefits of having a Pei in your composition. Not only is he very mobile, he has a huge amount of burst damage when he has a lead.
And something very interesting popped into my head, as you said, like 7 wins, 7 times played, 7 wins on Sheng on the Princess Frost, but it was 7 times played, 7 wins on the channel for Eno as well in the previous game. So if Weibo Gaming wins this, they're breaking some records here.
Yep, they're destroying that clean record they have on the side of Sheng, right? The blemish will stain. But at this point, right, it's a little early. Weibo Gaming, they do have the lead, about what, 500 gold. It's not the biggest of differences. It's really going to come down to this first 4-minute engagement in the Tyrant Pit.
Yeah, definitely. Lane priority, very important. We see the engages have not been fruition of Weibo Gaming, right? They've been trying to invade, but the vision game is very strong from the side of this Kongkonger here.
Yeah, but Shuai, he used that ultimate control onto an illusion of Mengxi.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that can happen. We've talked about the disruption that's available from Weibo Gaming. You also have illusion, so there's a lot of cloak and daggery going on from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, look, this one is a situation that might be coming to bite them back. AG, they do get the swipe onto Mengxi. Maybe this could be the return kill. He does not have flash, actually. It is a stun, gets his illusion off, and he's gonna make it out safe.
Yeah, I mean, Zhongyi, he's doing such a great job of being that Ogren, but still, he needs a bit more farm. He needs a bit more objectives before he can start poking in enemy faces.
Yep, potential steal not gonna happen. This is gonna be AEG securing that first Tyrant of the game. And this puts them in recovery mode, right? So trading now by about, what, 400 gold, not the biggest of differences between the two teams. As long as Eno is able to farm comfortably, so far he has been swapping the lanes. This could be a game that is comfortable for AG in the mid stages or maybe in the last stages as well. The control does come in and it is going to be countered, and straight away Lingheng gets the kill as well, and it's going to be a double kill. This time the second kill goes into the hands of Tingyue.
Yeah, I mean, Tingyue with a double kill, that's a 3-1 advantage that Weibo Gaming are having right now. All gamers, I mean, they are playing it to the same timeline, right? Same fundamentals as the last game that Weibo Gaming were going for. You need to reach a certain power spike for Princess Frost to deal magic damage. You need to reach a certain power spike. We're looking at 12 minutes for Garo, 12 minutes for Princess Frost, and they're not there yet.
Yep, not there yet, definitely. And you know, with the sacrificial play by Linghan, he does give away the Azure buff to Zoe. So at this point, AG, look, minor mistakes, but they're able to punish you once again. Now, was this the best decision to jump in? I believe it was, right? Because they didn't know about the other members of Weibo Gaming coming in. But nonetheless, you have to take the risk sometimes, and they were punished for it. But the recovery coming in from Zoe made that effort worth it.
Yeah, and now that they do have those kill potential at that bottom lane, they go for the turret trades, and definitely with the Tyrant not being out yet, there's gonna be a lot of skirmishes in this jungle, right? Both teams want to deny away the buffs that they are potentially gonna get. They are very focused on the Azure Golems, the Crimson Golems. This is the point in KPL that you're gonna see, because they use their resources very well, and they want to deny away resources from the opponents as well.
Yeah, look, at this point, it's not really the best position to play from at this point because they have a couple of flashes down, right? Shuai does not have his flash, Inor does not have his flash as well. This is a very peculiar position for the side of AG because if they want to take the risk, it could work out well, but then it's a huge risk to lose if they make the wrong decision here.
Yeah, and Shadow Ripper already picked up from the side of the Garo. But if you take a look at Consort Yi, right, she has the ability to slow you with her basic attack. So, I mean, it's like fire versus ice going for Weibo Gaming and All Gamers. But All Gamers, somehow, they still have the net worth advantage.
Yeah, they want to get that tanky ability coming in, right? The tank meta coming in for Max. So it's really important. They need to survive the fights because if you do get caught out by Sheng with the Frigid Prison and then also with Shuai on the control, you want to be able to buy some time for your team. At least, oh, once again, the Swath, they're baiting the mines at the same time. Looks like Ran has found out two different members on the side of Weibo Gaming. The Charlotte Zumuo manages to get in a few slices and dices. It's not going to be enough. The wraparound does come in. It is going to be Mengshi. Sets up the fight. The kill does come in. Linghan once again, the hero for the team for now. They secure a little bit of advantage. But Zoe lays down the path of passing. We'll look for an opening. At this point, the buff is more important.
Yeah, the buff is indeed what they have set their eyes on. Try will be the collateral for now, but for Weibo Gaming, they need to keep up this momentum, right? All Gamers, they are the ticking time bomb themselves. They still have the magic damage, they still have the physical damage. And Garo, when she is farmed, she deals a lot of damage at far ranges, so it's going to be a very scary threat to deal with. So All Gamers, they're going to have to bide their time.
Yeah, look, at this point, I'm still giving advantage to AG, right? Until they can really put a dent in the turrets on the side of AG, Weibo Gaming still needs to do a lot more work here.
Yeah, it's the same storyline as the previous game, I feel, like where the advantage was in Weibo's gaming side just because they had that later scaling draft. And All Gamers, if you take a look at the magic damage, they scale very late as well, especially with a Princess Frost in your backline. If she's not picked off, she can rain down consistent damage and control.
Yep, they're gonna try and make the trade. So Beijing Weibo Gaming gonna go for that T2 on the top. At the same time, there was a little bit of damage done structurally because of the split push from Ran, right? So AG, now because they have the Tyrant's buff, they're trying to deter Weibo Gaming from going for that Overlord.
Yeah, and definitely if you take a look at the net worth graph right now, I mean, we see that Zoe is actually all the way on the top. And with the fact that you want to be the peel, you want to be the tank. Once Ogren is at the top, you're gonna start seeing him running at you.
Yeah, they're looking for an opening. They want to get the wave cutting in contention here to try and put a little bit more pressure. And so far, that strategy has worked out. They are able to start working on the T2 on the top. In the meantime, they're putting a little bit of damage onto Max. They will not commit at this point. There's no need to, right? It really is about just making sure there is structural damage towards the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yep, and ultimate has been expended from Sheng as well. They will not have that AoE skills for the next few team fight. Emergence has been used here. They actually want to pursue this on this Crimson Golem.
Yep, this is a good fight to have. The steal does come in, goes into the hands of Max, so she does have some true burning damage as well off it. Now, the range coming out from Inor is sufficient, but can they get the setup? There's not a lot of good stuns from range unless you really want to commit Shuai's ultimate.
And this Tyrant will be looking extremely scary for All Gamers to take, especially to the fact that Consort Yi on Max, he does have that Crimson buff, so it will be a very iffy team fight.
Well, there is a flank opportunity coming in. Shuai does get it, but an overcommitment. He dives in. Mengxi actually uses his illusion to go in, gives his life. At the same time, this is going to put Weibo Gaming back behind. And look, the mid T1, no problem. They do get a jump. Sheng gets caught out. Vision is so important, but right now Eno does have the damage as well. They get the kill on the max, and suddenly Weibo Gaming is falling apart. Can they get the catch? Here comes the backup as well. They will trade lives, but Shuai is happy to give his life for the cause at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know that you're trying to cut losses, but as you said, right, all gamers, they have reached their power spikes, they have reached their timings, and the ability to find Mengxi during that point. It was a slight bit of a blunder coming out for Weibo Gaming. I felt that they could have dragged the team fight a bit longer. They had to wait, they had to be patient, but now Tingyue is being chased down and does manage to get away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small interaction, right? But end of the day, I think AG really just taking what their coach was saying to heart, right? There's no need to over-engage in fights. This one was a nice surprise kill. This is one of the benefits of having a pay, right? But the fact that we are heading into, what, the 10-minute mark at this point, Eno does have some farm. Like you mentioned the stat before, Eno, one of the fastest farmers within the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he is the highest average net worth in the first 10 minutes of the game. But definitely, I feel that as you pick pay, you need to get a lot more advantages for yourself, especially in terms of map advantage, right? But if you look at the tower health, the turrets are already down, so there's only the tier 2 turret left on that mid lane, which is very, very hard to defend, especially if you lose the tier 1.
Yep, and I hate to be the harbinger of bad news, but look, 9.4 thousand in the bank for Eno. He is reaching those 6 items really soon. And right now, there is quite a lot of protection. Zoe is able to be that really strong frontliner. And look, the amount of damage they're dealing. Silent arrow comes through. It doesn't matter whether Annihilation is going to hit the mark or not. This tower will fall. T3 on the cusp of falling at the bottom. At the same time, Ran just holding the attention of the Beijing Weibo players at this point.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard has to be dealt with on the bottom lane as well. This is the placing where all gamers are going to try and choke you out of your own natural resources. Your jungle is unable to be accessed, right? This tower is under threat. And the fact that they have an Ogryn, they can play around these high ground walls so very easily while they siege down this turret.
Yeah, and look, picking a Pei, I think is great. Pei really works well with singular pickoffs. But in this position where your base is being threatened, AG are able to really come up to you as a 5-man formation. It's very hard to play this game as Linghun right now.
Yeah, I mean, Linghun, he's trying to find any semblance of a catch in the backlines, right? Hoping that there's someone in the top lane. We saw his movement was throughout the jungle, which he did not have control on. This is a Hail Mary play. It could go either one of 2 ways, right? You could meet up into a death ball, which is all gamers, all of them, at least 1 to 2 of them, and you don't get a pick off, or it could work out. It's a hit or miss.
Yeah, he also will try to go for the split push as well, cut the waves and really just limit the options of and angles that AG can come into the base. Because look, there is 2 exposed lanes in the mid and in the bottom, and right now AG, this is a very comfortable tyrant for them. They don't actually have to overcommit. Zoe can just keep moving back and forth, gets a swipe down as well, going to push Mengxi behind, but the winter is here, going to be the killing blow on the side of Weibo Gaming's Roma. He is going to take the fall at this point. Look, securing of the Tyrant is going to be a simple job for the side of Eno. This Garo should be 6 slotted really soon, level 15 already.
Yeah, level 15 Eno is an extremely scary stat line to deal with. We were talking about the power spikes, right? We were saying that 12 minutes is the power spike. And already, it's 14 minutes. The power spike has passed. It is their time now. All gamers, their lineup is meant to dominate in this stage of the game. Their damage should be scaling, but Weibo Gaming, they still have chances if they can catch out the damage dealers. Eno and Sheng.
They found the opening! Yep, they got the catch, they get the kill, the burst comes down, Linghun is out of the fight, Mengxi comes back in time. Conductor Soul is going to be used as well on the side of AG. They don't have to overcommit. They just have to deal some more damage. A little bit onto the T3. Now the base is completely barren on the side of Weibo Gaming. Can they survive this? It is Lincoln out for 30 seconds. It's 30 seconds too long. The minions are marching in. There is a lot of damage offered on the side of AG. They're trying to pincer them. The TP does come in. Emergence will cause his own death. Tingyue, he gives his life for the cause. So does Timur. But it's not enough because AG is surviving. They're strong. They take the lead. In this series, it's going to be 3-2 to All Gamers.
AG All Gamers put themselves at map point here. Weibo Gaming have been pushed back. And it repeats, history repeats, right? Bar for bar, game for game. And AG, they take it back in a very convincing fashion here.
Yep, I'm really curious what the next discussion point is going to be for AG, because look, when you're on the cusp of winning a series, like what do you talk about? Like on AG's desk, the coach, the analyst, the manager, they're just gonna tell look, you're not gonna get the RD.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was gonna say that, right? Let's pretend we're the coach. I mean, I'm the coach and you're Ino. I'm just gonna tell you, oh, you're not gonna get Arlie. What do you want to pick next?
Yeah, like what kind of formula do we want to play with, right? We have picked up the Ogre now. That's one big pick. Look, we still have the Zoe, Zhongyi, Jing to put into play here. And look, KPL Jing is of a different class. Let's be clear.
Yeah, I mean, the Jing is a very scary factor, right? With the ultimate, you can actually zone out such a huge portion of the map, and that's a very crazy factor to think about, because you don't require a lot of resources, because your shadow is dealing so much damage, your reflection is dealing so much damage.
Yeah, and one of the counter picks to play against the Jing is actually the Pei. So the fact that Weibo Gaming have burned out the Pei, I think this is a perfect chance to pick up the Jing, right, for the side of AG. But of course, we're not looking to just have AG take the win. End of the day, we are looking for that ultimate battle today. We have not had one in KPL, at least on the English broadcast just yet. Maybe today is the day. So let's talk about Weibo Gaming for a bit. What's needed? What hero would you put in the hands of Weibo Gaming now to try and secure this 3-3 scoreline ultimate battle next?
They expended the Pei, they expended the Charlotte, they expended the Sikong already. So for the Clash lane wise, right, they don't have much options left. I mean, they can try and pick up the Elaine for themselves. I mean, yeah, they do have the Elaine available on the side of Weibo. So that's a possibility.
Let's talk about the items first, right? This game really was a countdown timer, right? How fast does Enor farm? And Enor farms fast. This guy, 12,000 gold in pocket, 6 items with the Sun Chaser as well. So there was very little that Weibo Gaming could really do at the later stages of the game, right? There was no one that had the burst potential to be able to take down Zoe, and even when they tried, right, there was always the counterplay moment coming out from Shuai on this Liang pick. He caught out the Pei, Ling Hen, and there was no more fight.
Yeah, I mean, there was no contest indeed, because definitely if you take a look at the gold graph, right, if you take a look at the minuscule advantages that Weibo Gaming had, they needed to have much more. And even if they had much more, there was still a ticking time bomb of the Garo and the Princess Frost, right? The combined magic damage and physical damage coming from range is going to be a very scary force to deal with, especially in the later stages of the game.
Yep. Now let's talk about how the game went, right? I think, look, Weibo Gaming, they did so well in the early parts. They got the first blood, they got the kill onto Ino as well, right? Double kill, right? That was the first kind of interaction between the two teams, and also it was feeded into the hands of Ling Hen. But they couldn't capitalize on it because the way that AG was scattered across the map, there were no big objectives like Crimson buffs, no Azure buffs to be stolen, and nobody else was in a position to be picked off by the side of Weibo Gaming.
I feel that there was no other jump factor other than the Pei, right? I mean, generally, right, when you pick a Pei, you do have other teammates to jump in with you. And it felt like, yeah, there was a lack of synergy there where the Pei was the only one jumping in. The rest of the team members, they don't really want to dive in. I mean, essentially, there was a Charlotte, there was a Kong Konger who does have a bit of disrupt in the back line, but they don't really place themselves there.
Okay, I want to point out the vision value right, that the Romers gave. But let's talk about the MVP first. Zhongyi, also known as Zoe here, with the Ogren, very strong start and a very clean finish as well, making sure that nobody was going to go past his aggression lines to be able to touch the back lines. And this was one of the reasons why he is the MVP, dealing 25% of the damage to the opponent's hero damage, of course, and soaking in similar fashion 25% of the total hero damage offered by the side of Weibo Gaming. Now, I want to talk about the turnaround potential. There was nothing else on the map for Weibo Gaming to take advantage of.
Yeah, and I feel that, this is a very impressive feat, right? Coming out from Zoe, right? Because you are the only scaling factor in that early game to that late game. Sure, you have the Liang, sure, you have the Byron, right? But they are not going to be there with you controlling the center of the map. You need to do as much as you can with your kit given. And with the fact of the matter is, Zoe is able to zone away multiple heroes at his dispense, right? Just using the positioning of the path of passing extremely well. And I felt that that's why he got the MVP as well.
Yep, a lot of control coming in, and I like the synergy of the team, right? So the moment Shuai was able to get the control, the ultimate coming out from Liang, right? He was instantly called to action, and his action was not to just be there for the kills. He was also there to block off the rest of the members coming in from Weibo Gaming, because when you had to put all your resources to kill the Ogren, because look, the win condition was if Ogren dies, there is no tank, right? You were talking about this. And,
yeah.
I mean, Weibo Gaming, that was the only choice they had.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, they were forced into a corner. But yeah, as you were saying, right, the previous conversation, what would Weibo Gaming do now? I mean, they picked that lane, so they don't have the lane anymore. They don't have the lane. The clash lanes have been locked down. I mean, the Dharma is still available. The Guan Yu is still available as well. So there's a bit of a counterplay potential that they have in their sights, right? For them, they have not played the Agudo of their own, so they can play the Agudo as well. So yeah, there's a lot of
the thought process.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive plays that they can do to force out a potential ultimate battle, right? Go with the same style that all gamers were going for. Force out these early game team fights, but now you force out a hard commit where you pick up the Guan Yu and Agudo for yourself.
This also could be in a situation. Okay, look, suddenly dawned upon me, we have not seen an Yixing today.
Yeah, we have not. Like, it's so peculiar, right? The board is not there, and there's like a lack of control in the mid lane. And it's like, yeah, Yixing is gonna be a good pick. No?
Yep. I think, and also I think Weibo has used the Zhang Fei, right? That would have been a pretty sick combination coming in to be able to use the board as well. So let's see. Maybe it's a game that we'll get to see Yixing coming out from either side. But nonetheless, I think Luban has not been used by AG just yet. That's also an opening that they could be trying to put their hands on, right? And this would create a situation where maybe Weibo gives up the Guan Yu. They don't ban it, right? Just to be able to one-up that composition. I let you get the Luban and Luban number 7, but I get Guan Yu myself.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, right? But they also have to keep banning the Arlie, right? They don't want to be in a situation where, yeah, you're so caught up in your strategies where the Arlie just essentially just slips through the AG, and now you got Ino on his best hero. But then again, he was on the channel, which he had 100% win rate, and somehow he still lost. So, I mean, Weibo Gaming, they might want to take that gamble.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe not take the gamble. I think I would want to do Yixing Guan Yu. If I'm Weibo Gaming, I think Yixing Guan Yu is going to make a lot of sense for me. I will give you the Luban. I'll give you a Luban number 7. End of the day, you are here because your teammates are the best, right? So put that trust in your teammates. Go for a composition that works for you. And to me, I'm not a professional player, but I've seen quite a few games. I think Yixing Guan Yu makes sense.
Yeah, but you have to understand, right? Luban Dashi and Luban number 7 is something that, you know, we've been trying to theory craft a lot, but a lot of teams have been going Luban Dashi and Dr. Bien instead, which is also kind of a good synergy, and we've seen AG do this as well. So they might kind of throw a curveball here, or Weibo Gaming themselves, they might throw a curveball and put the Dr. Bien on the farm lane as well, because a lot of the good farm laners, they have been expended, so they might go for a fresh strat.
Still makes the Guan Yu pick good.
Yeah, still makes the Guan Yu pick good.
We'll see. I mean, this is potentially the last game of the series. Maybe a similar scoreline to yesterday's games, 4-2. That's what all the AG fans are looking for. Obviously, as the camera pans into the Beijing Weibo Gaming fans, you're gonna see a very different result, right? They're gonna be looking at 4-3 with the ultimate battle win instead.
And Inho looking already all hyper. He knows this is the potential game-winning game, right? You can take out Weibo Gaming here or force yourselves into the ultimate battle. But of course, for all gamers, they want to keep going. They want to put them at a 4-2 and go into the grand finals. But for them, they have a lot of things to think about, right? A lot of heroes that are not available in the pool, but especially for the side of the Clash Laners, only for the side of Clash Laners. They still have a lot of things available for Eno, actually.
Yeah, let's see how this game goes. I mean, like you said, there is a potential for Guan Yu coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming. There is a potential of a Dharma also coming out for the side of Weibo Gaming. Meanwhile, now AG are known to be a very creative team, right? So I'm expecting quite a lot of unorthodox drafts coming in. The Dr. Bien game that I saw them execute was extremely clean. It was extremely fun to watch as well. And maybe it could be fatigue setting in for Beijing Weibo, and Weibo Gaming might not be able to handle the creative, unorthodox playstyles that AG can offer.
Yeah, I mean, we heard the stat line, right? 10 consecutive wins in BO7s. They have triumphed in these kind of situations time and time again. But you have to understand how Beijing Weibo got here. They got here through ultimate battle as well. They have the mental tenacity to go through this. And it's already game number 6. Just think of it, right? 6 games back to back where you have to ban and draft consistently and also keep track of what heroes that have been used because there's a global ban system as well. So this is extremely hard and extremely pressing for these players here.
Yeah, I'm so curious, whether Weibo Gaming is going to give the early or not. Or maybe, no, they can't even snap pick it themselves. They already used it in game number 2. They won with it. Yeah, I'm just so curious what the thought process is now.
Yeah, I mean, if I were AG, right, I would still try to ban out the farm laners because a lot of good farm laners have been used. So something that Weibo Gaming have not used is the Lady Sun, right? So yeah, Lady Sun essentially just gets taken out. And for Beijing Weibo, I mean, oh yeah, they take out the Lupan, but the Arlie is an option.
They don't want it. Okay. They don't want it. Yeah, right now, Arlie, really? Weibo Gaming, you want to give the Arlie over to AG? Oh, they really want to give it?
They're giving the Arlie away to all gamers. Are they gonna snap pick it here, right? Because all gamers, they can go for a safer pick. At the last game, they pull out these kind of crazy strats. So
yeah, they don't have to pick it here. There's still a chance.
Yeah, they don't have to show their hand. Oh, they picked up the Zhang Fei. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very clean combination with the Artie as well, right? It's why a lot of teams pull it out.
Guan Yu is available.
But against a Zhang Fei, really?
I mean, it's still a good pick, right?
Okay, look, it's a very uncomfortable situation because once the Zhang Fei, okay, maybe if you burn out the Zhang Fei's ultimate, then this Guan Yu value is gonna rise, right? They do pick up the Mai, so AG, I think that's one of the reasons why they allow, or rather why Weibo allows the early pick, because the burst potential of the Mai can kill off the Artie pretty quick.
Yeah, but Mai is pretty weak to things such as the Ying Zhen, which has something that has more range than her on the mage lane, right? And oh yeah, the Cap Boom is still available for our gamers, so that's one of the heroes that has more range than Mai Shiranui, because Mai Shiranui requires a bit of spacing to be able to be played well. So if you can shoo her away from the spacing, you can actually potentially just bring her out of her hiding spots.
Wow, Weibo Gaming going for the Soyue. This game, they're going all in, man. Like, the late game potential of Soyue is unmatched, but the early game probability of you dying is also insanely high.
Yeah, and now they
Oh,
gotta
they banned out the Arlie?
Yeah. I was gonna say that the Arlie that has to be banned out, right? It has to be banned out. Meanwhile, for Oral Gamers, they still have to think about the Guan Yu Agudo combo that potentially might be the secondary jumper that's coming out from the jungler as well, and another potential jungle jump that. Oh no, they actually picked it up for themselves already. Kaiser is on the field.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they don't have to deal with the massive critters coming in and the rotational speeds, right? Because she's going to farm much faster than this Kaiser. And like you were talking about, Secure did not show up yesterday, is going to show up today.
Yeah, interesting. The ability to create a bush out of nowhere. You can say the setup is a bit of a slow setup, but this is where Show excels in, right? That slow kind of setup where you want to turtle into the later stage of the game.
Yeah, the heals coming in from this Meng Si Secure is definitely going to be very valuable for the start of Max, right? He's going to be able to survive those initial aggressions coming in from AG. Now AG, they set up the Geya. Geya is a hero that can deal massive amounts of damage over time. There is a significant burst potential once she hits that passive to max. No, they don't want to. It's a Fuzi.
Oh my god, it's a Fuzi? And what?
Fuzi farm.
Fuzi farm? Wow, all gamers.
No, they're just gonna overcommit. They're gonna jump in Sage's mic onto this Max Soyue. No way to escape. We kill you, and you know, maybe Ran on the Shikong, he's just going to protect the team by just offense is the best defense. Shoot, lightning.
Yeah, and I mean, Weibo Gaming, they go for the Yuan Liu here. Still a very preserved pick, right? They are going for that standard top to bottom team fight. They do have the burst damage from the Mai Shiranui, the flank potential from Guan Yi. Overall, a very easy executable lineup. But meanwhile, all gamers, they are going ham here. I mean, this is just in your face gaming, and Ron is the only factor to save them in the mid to late stages of the game.
Yeah, look, it's a very scary lineup because the later the game goes, the harder it is for you to kill a Ino, right? So this Fuzi is actually a very much late game pick. Ran can go for the early game Shikong build. He's going to be able to deal quite an insane amount of damage, and every time they use the Sage's might, I think you can kind of softly expect a guarantee there's going to be a kill for all gamers.
Yeah, I mean, now suddenly the question is, Weibo Gaming, do they have enough damage if Ron goes for this early damage build? Because definitely, I mean, I feel that Weibo Gaming, they lack this early to mid game scaling damage, right? Mai Shiranui, yes, but you need to be ahead. You need to have a sustainable amount of farm to be able to deal this damage.
Yep, the highest skill potential can only come from two people in the side of Weibo Gaming in the earliest parts of the game. And that is namely the Mai Shiranui, which is played by Ting Yue. Or it can be the Secure, played by Meng Si, right? Because Secure's early sprite damage is actually quite insane. It can drop you down to half your health. So, I want to see what rotations are going to be made. Are they going to avoid the farm lane? And even so, like, are they going to rotate the Soyue into the top lane as well so that you can TP down after the 2-minute mark, after the space sprite? I don't know.
I mean, they were prepared for this, right? We were saying like, oh, you're not gonna be able to play your Arlie. It was available, but they went with the script. They are like, yeah, Arlie's not. Wait a minute. Am I seeing this correct? Do I see double smite on the side of AG?
Enlighten me, I did not see it. I was looking at Weibo's lineup. Who else is taking the smite?
Zhang Fei.
Okay, that's normal.
Double smite. Yeah.
Yeah, that's normal.
So,
it's gonna be a situation where AG are going to prioritize securing those jungle camps, right? So Firehawk at the bottom definitely going to be secured by the Zhang Fei. I don't think they should be able to miss that. At the same time, it also sets up situations where AG can be a lot more aggressive in the early parts of the game, or even just throughout the game with the smites, right? There is a potential for steal during neutral objectives as well.
Yeah, I would assume that you would go for the stun because you're prioritizing the team fight, but now that you put it that way, yeah, that's a very interesting take on the use of the smite as well.
Actually, that's how I play my smite, my roam games. I take smite on my roams because I'm just here to steal your jungle, right? So when your jungle is behind, then it's pretty hard to play the rest of the game because then you don't have the kill potential. And look, Eno, he knows the extent of this Fuzi at level 1. He's doing well against his counterpart here, but it's more about the heals.
And the jump going in from Mengxi from Chang Sheng. He finds the first blood onto Max. That's not a good look for Wave4 Gaming, man.
Yeah, but it's a good start nonetheless, right? So AG, this is the dream start they wanted. Of all the people to get a first blood on, you get it onto Max and you feed it over to Sheng, who now has additional damage moving on into wave clear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he does have that early mana problems, right? But still, like, he's making use of his mobility and the presence that he is in the mid lane very well. And if you take a look at this replay, this is something that you wouldn't have seen coming, because if you take a look at how Max was positioned, he was trying to trade the damage.
Yep, and I think he knew, right? So, yep, he knew that he was there, and the flash was just unexpected. Look, no matter how fast the reaction is, half a second, there's no way you react to that.
Yeah, I mean, Sheng, he played that very well, right? He was checkmating him at that point. You know that I might not flash in your turret, but still, he did it anyway, and he found that finish. And now Max is completely off guard.
How many number 1s does AG have? 4 picks on the Shikong for Ran, 4 wins, he's number 1 in the entire league on the usage of this hero.
I mean, they are the number 1 team, so you gotta expect number 1 on every single stat line, right? If we go through the stat lines of each and every single player, they are at least number 1 in something.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, this lets you know how hard it is to play against AG, but there is a potential wrap.
Yeah, and the wrap coming through, but Shikong, he's using his ultimate to try and stay alive, but the more people is engaging into him, gets pushed to the wall, and eventually gets thrown out of the game. As the rest of the members of Wave4 Gaming, they are trying and get even more. AG, they tried to come in with the save, but definitely not able to find anything so far. Wave4 Gaming, they are strong together as 4, and they will refuse to die here.
Okay, there is a potential for Ting Yue to snipe down Sheng, maybe? Nah.
Yeah, I think that's not gonna be the case at this point, but I'm more worried, right? I'm more worried about Shou Yue at this point, because Fuzi is gonna be very, very hard to deal with, especially now since that he has that lane advantage.
I agree with you, but Max has been, kind of adjusting the way that he enters fights and the way he positions himself around the map. And look, they want to put pressure on this Azure Golem.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we need to expect of Wave4 Gaming, especially with the Guan Yu able to find a pick-off so far, but Ron is able to get out of harm's way. And now, with the Azure Golem picked up from side of Wave4 Gaming, small little advantages, death by 1,000 cuts, they're looking towards the Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't actually secure it. It went back into the hands of Zoe. But right now, because they don't have smites on the side of Zoe AG, they will find this really difficult to contest in this exchange, because Linghen does have his smite.
Yeah, Linghen, he does indeed have the smite, and the Tyrant will go the way of Wave4 Gaming so far. And now, with that, I mean, the Tyrant damage, in the early stage of the fight, we see all gamers, they always try to trade the turrets for the Tyrant, but now they were unable to find a trade so far.
Yeah. I don't think they're too concerned, right? Because the lineup of AG... Oh, gets the catch.
Alright, gets the catch on the bottom lane, but Maishirunoi with the instant save so far. Secure is there for the save as well. This might be a counterplay. Zhang Fei, he's in a lot of hot water here as the rest of the team members are going for the chase. But Guan Yu, Zimo is doing God's work as he managed to catch out Eno, and Eno and Shuai will be going down in the back lines.
Oh, beautiful catch. This is exactly what they need. So they get the recovery. Max now gets a hands onto T1 as well. That's going to be valuable gold and EXP going into the hands of this farm laner. So Wave4, I think not only have they recovered, they have also built a small but significant lead for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, significantly nonetheless, but with Guan Yu not being there on the top lane, right? there is a possibility that Ron has the farm needed to be online right now, so that's what I'm a bit scared about. But looking at this replay here is still an amazing moment coming out from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, they actually committed Sheng's ultimate a little bit earlier than I expected, and then once they were out of options, that's where Weibo Gaming actually had the advantage, because look, there's only so much you can do to slow the Guan Yu down as a Fuzi, and Ino couldn't do much there.
Yeah, and the snowballing of this Zikong is something that, I mean, Weibo Gaming still has to watch out for, right? They did a great job of trying to control him in the early game, but he's still a factor to be scared of, especially when you go into these mid-game team fights.
Yeah, and at this point, look, Zoe, I think he's having a difficult time because the level disparity is showing. There is a little bit more tankiness on the side of Lingheng, and they're controlling the map a little bit better on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point of the game, they are trading pound for turrets, and Capu falling very low. Radiance has been used, but unable to find the finishing blow. My Shiranui gets wrong.
Yeah, so this is another benefit, right? So doesn't have the level lead or gold lead in the lane itself per se, right? It's still 200 in advantage for gold on the side of Sheng, but the burst damage is already coming out from Tingyue.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, Sheng, he's been using his ultimate consistently to clear the lanes, so it hasn't been about team fights for all gamers so far, but if you take a look at this, they're trying to form a mid kind of pressure for these tier 1 turrets here.
Yeah, and Tingyue is not easy to kill anymore. Does have the Tome of Insatiable Tomb, so there is life steal available for this mine.
Yeah, definitely. Now we see them posturing around this Azure Golem here. The ultimate has been popped by the Zhangfei, but Weibo Gaming, they're clumped up here, and they managed to get a lot of CC, but Zikong, he has entered the team fight and is dealing a lot of damage. My Shiranui Tingyue goes down as it will be a 1-4-0 trade. All gamers, they show their hand for now.
Okay, so they did get a kill, but I'm a little bit concerned over the damage that AG is offering at this point, right? It wasn't as fast as I think AG would have hoped it to be, and so Weibo's still very much in control of the game at this point, right? The map is even in a sense where both teams have taken 2 turrets, but I think Weibo Gaming has easier setup for this time period.
Yeah, definitely so, especially with the Yuan Liu and the Guan Yu combo, right? There's knockup for days, so that's something that they have to be worried about. And that was, I would feel that Weibo was slight overstay, slight out welcome there.
Zimo has been successful in pushing away from his Sage's mic. I think that's one of the big markers of success for the side of Weibo Gaming. So I think unless they can control Zimo, I think AG is not going to have a very comfortable time here.
Yeah, and now we do see the Tyrant up and about, but we have the rest of the team members already at the pit, and now all gamers, they're trying to go for the commitment onto Zimo, but no, Zimo is coming in from the back line as Kaiser, he does not find the finish onto Lingheng, and Tingyue will fall as well. Weibo Gaming, 2 members down, all members of all gamers are still alive. Zimo eventually finds the finish onto Sheng at this point. Zimo might be the next target on the chopping block for all gamers, but Zimo is still alive. He's able to sustain for so long, eventually falls, gets a trade for himself, but he eventually falls. 3-2 for all gamers.
Oh, that one was clutch. It was supposed to be AG's overall win at that point. Mengxi actually, reduced the losses on the side of Weibo Gaming. The heals coming in from the Firefly fields really made the difference in the fight itself. Allowed for that survivability for Zimo for a little bit longer, and then getting the return kill onto Ran. If Ran had stayed alive there, I think this situation would have turned so much more differently and definitely in favor of AG.
I think it's at a point in time where Zoe's damage is outscaling Lingheng by quite a bit, because they were thinking that they can control Lingheng, right? But with the Invincible Warrior, he's in a state where he cannot be controlled, and I feel that he's not the target that you should be going for.
Yeah, at the same time, there is also the Silent Menace, which is Chang Shen, right? So Shen on this Cat Boo, he was actually dealing quite a lot of damage in the team fights. He's one of the main reasons why Weibo Gaming was falling low.
Yeah, there's a lot of sustained mage damage, right? Coming through from the back lanes as well.
Yeah, so now Tyrant, it is going to be coming out. Is this the 10-minute Tyrant? Yeah, Shadow version.
Yeah, Shadow version is out, baby. And now with the Shadow version now, Weibo Gaming and all gamers, they're doing the dance right now. If you take a look at Zikong's position, he's trying to force out that bottom lane turret, bottom lane priority towards his own team. And
flank.
all gamers, they're trying to flank Eno. He's trying to go in for this, but eventually gets spotted out. Radiance has been used, but we have to take a look at Zimo here. That's why he eventually gets the Tyrant, but still, rest of the team members are still alive. Zimo, he's been locked up, he's been chained up, but they have taken out Ling Hung in the backline. All gamers, they need to start respecting Kaiser. They need to start respecting Zoe.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage. The team fight damage actually much higher on the side of AG in that fight. And also credits to Sheng because he was actually keeping attention of Zimo there. And that really allowed the opening for the side of AG. They want to go in again.
Yeah, ready a dive into the turret, but of course they want to try and get the objective first. Objective always comes first for all gamers, and right now with that middle turret gone, they're going to start applying pressure, taking away the resources. But Weibo Gaming, they are set up for a counter player. They do find the better of Kaiser. Zoe, he's not the target you want here, right? So definitely that was Weibo Gaming still trying to find an opening.
Yeah, they can't find anything right now because, look, Shuai has been really stingy with his ultimate. I think that's a very great thing as well. If they had overcommitted, given that unbridled outburst at that point of time, I think Weibo Gaming would have just doubled down and went all in. Right now, I think it's both teams dancing on knife's edge because one mistake could really change the state of the game here. The difference is about less than 1,000 gold at this point.
Yeah, Invincible Warrior has been popped by Zoe. He's going for the full commitment here onto Ling Hung as he goes down, and Inoue follows up with the finish. And the rest of all gamers have collapsed between the two turrets. There's a lot of knockups going on, and Tingyue eventually gets picked off as Zimo is unable to pick off anybody else. All gamers, they get a 2-for-0 trade.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the gold swing is in their favor. Look, there was a big fight. Ran was consistently dealing damage, supported by Shuai's ultimate. He gets a slam down onto 3 different members on the side of Weibo Gaming, and suddenly they're out of steam. They have about 7 seconds before Ling Hung comes out again, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, damage has been done. Top lane turret ready taken. There will be a wave of super creeps down there. And there's another thing that they have to worry about, right? The Shadow Overlord that is out on the map. That will apply even more pressure with the Shadow Vanguards. That is the purple dragons that will be dealing damage to your turrets.
Yeah, a double ominous premonition for both Zoe and Ran. Look, it was difficult to kill them before. Now it's going to be even more difficult. And bear in mind, this is a late game Fuzi being played by Inoue here. And he is already having a lot of tanks. Succubus Cloak, Glacial Buckler. He gets the 20% cooldown reduction. He also gets the magic armor for not being in battle for a while. So there is a lot of damage and sustain coming out from this Fuzi.
Yeah, I mean, Inoue, he's been very, very versatile, right? We were hinting at what he might be going for, and this is not something that we've seen so far, and definitely it's proving to be a menace for Weibo Gaming.
Yep, this is the power spike that AG were waiting for, right? And now Tingyue, he is not going to be as efficient. Oh my goodness, Ran, look at the damage he's doing against Max. I mean, it's Max, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Max, right? He is not supposed to be in that situation where he's trying to 1v1 a Zikong at 14 minutes into the game, but all 3 turrets have been taken out by all gamers. They're looking for the throw here.
They got a catch!
Zimo's trying to do something at the back line, but they do get a catch, and eventually Tangshan, he gets out Ling Hung in the front line. Now Zimo, he's out of position, and all gamers, they get the finish on the base. They will be taking this series. Congratulations to all gamers for taking the series 4-2.
Big wins, and I think AG fans very satisfied with the result. I mean, we knew what was coming. The moment the Fuzi came into play, it was like, okay, late game, AG's game, right? So they hit the marker, they denied the chance of the comeback. That early mine was a little bit scary coming out from Weibo Gaming, but it was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of potential for Weibo Gaming, and I'm surprised that Weibo Gaming managed to push them this far. But of course, congratulations on making it into grand finals. All gamers, they have secured themselves a top 2 spot in KPL Spring Season 2025.
A big moment as they walk on to be congratulated by their fans as well. We want to give them our own congratulations, taking the series 4-2. Now, this is not the end of the journey for Weibo Gaming. They will be heading into the lower brackets, awaiting the champions and the winners of the Rogue Warrior versus... what was the team that was playing yesterday? DRG, Dragon Ranger. Yeah, Dragon Ranger against Rogue Warriors.
Yep, versus DRG. So whoever wins that series, but before that, is gonna sign our screens. Take a screenshot. That is AG's signature right there, writing down the initials of the winning team.
Yep. Big moment. I mean, for all AG fans, definitely they would have told you that's expected. But we didn't expect Weibo Gaming to put up such a tremendous performance as well. Let's take a look at them as well. I think we're going to the winners interview at this point.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there will be a winner's interview. Congratulations to AG, right? They did so well, but let's just find out what the questions are for them and what they have to say to the rest of the fans.
So it's a big moment.
亲爱的观众朋友们，让我们再次把掌声送给成都 AG 超玩会。我们再次恭喜成都超玩会晋级2025年 KPL 春季赛决赛，成为第一个闯进决赛的队伍。在这样一个激动人心的时刻，我相信大家都很想知道，在赛场上刚刚经历比赛完之后，他们的一些想法。我们首先来采访一下他们吧。首先，我们来采访一下主教练张文月，来吧。这个赛季 AG 确实是气势如虹。您作为主教练，您认为队伍能够保持如此火热的状态，它背后的核心秘诀到底是什么呢？跟大家分享一下吧。
大家一直都很努力吧，然后就是也一直保持初心嘛。然后我们主要是大家都很团结。
我觉得讲到了很多的重点，努力、团结、保持初心。确实，这个赛季大家我可以说是人人高光。那如今其实你们已经拿到了决赛的入场券，这个时刻想要跟你的队员们讲点什么吗？
就还是跟上赛季奶茶主教练的时候一个理念吧，就是我希望我们这个小船开得久一点，大家一起拿更多的冠军，好吧？
小船开得久一点，开得稳一点，你们觉得怎么样？这个小船开的 ？OK， 来，我们采访一下全成都最聪明的男人。我们心疼孟佳俊啊，我来问，首先第一个问题，你觉得这场比赛在你看来是否会有意料之外的一些压力呢？今天打完，有吗？
有吧？
真有还是假有？你现在的一些问题真真假假？
真的。
真的啊！我想了解一下，因为你也说队伍其实需要匍匐前进，现在已经到了决赛了，你觉得这次你们该怎么去准备这次的决赛呢？春季赛？
继续保持现在的状态，然后再看看有什么失误改进吧。
继续精益求精，对吗 ？OK， 好的，接下来我们采访一下长生，来，其实长生之前应该是说过，说要弥补去年的遗憾，现在距离目标仅剩最后一步了。站在这样的关键节点上，你觉得内心有什么样的感触和情绪，可以跟大家分享一下吗？
首先很开心能踢进决赛吧，就是我觉得我们这支队伍比别人强就强在确实很团结，就像教练说的一样。
你觉得这一点其实是大家一起去坚守、一起去维持的一个很重要的东西。那也讲到了7进决赛，这次是再进春决，你觉得这个赛季的 AG 有什么样的特点和变化吗？
我觉得没有特别大的变化吧，主要还是去年春天的教训让我们成长了很多。
那一次之后，大家找到了胜利的方法，现在也是愈发稳定的、团结的小船，好吧？来，我们采访一下钟毅，来吧。今天钟毅可以说是相当亮眼，这个赛季的钟毅其实也斩获了非常多的成就，1500助攻和200胜局的里程碑，这是7次晋级决赛，现在打得轻车熟路。之前我记得钟毅有说过，说自己特别想上采访来分享一下关于对手的一些问题。现在你们已经率先拿到了那张门票，可以聊聊未来的对手们吗？
未来的对手们肯定都是实力非常的强劲嘛，然后我们也会积极备战，研究对手，然后打好自己的。
打好自己的，在这场决赛到来之前，这段时间里面，你觉得队伍最需要做好的一件事情是什么呢？
做好的，我感觉就做好自身吧，平常心，然后 现在队伍也非常的团结，然
是的
后好好研究对手就行了。
因为已经拿了这么多冠军，胜利已经成为习惯，保持好现在其实就是最正确的选择啊。我们来采访一下轩然，来吧，轩然，现在13连胜直进决赛的感觉怎么样？
挺爽的吧？
哦，今天有所收敛啊，是挺爽的吧？之前都是太爽了啊。那我们说武将出山确实是效果超群，我感受是与常规赛不同，现在的季后赛完全没有收敛自己的锋芒，重拳出击。你觉得自己有调整到最好的那个状态吗？
还没有吧，还需要改进的地方吧，一些。
还需要改进的地方啊，一定要再匍匐住。那我们采访问一下到一诺，好吧，来，今天的第6局比赛突然的变招让我们看得非常非常的惊喜，能不能分享一下你们当时的决策？这首老夫子回归边路是怎么说法？
当时没什么事都好用了吧，然后张文玉不太相信我的老夫子，我就说信我张文玉，信我。
他真不相信啊！你平时你们用的少吗？还是说这是秘密武器要藏一手？
他说最好是拿个射手吧，不然打不动对面前排。
啊！但是你的自信其实影响到他了，是吗？
我说对面第4把被对面翻盘了吧？我说对面团战那么猛，我们就选团战猛的就行了。我老夫子打不动的，他们那把也是一样的，我们就以其人之道还治其人。
哦，合理的选择，包括回归自己最早的初心的一种选择，赢下了比赛的胜利。就这个赛季，除了老夫子以外，我们看到一诺有太多的奇思妙想，包括元哥发育路的首胜，还有看到藏了一手的远射。而且还拿下了常规赛最佳选手这样的荣誉。像这个赛季，无论是特殊英雄的选用，还是极具压迫性的打法，给到了对手非常多的压力。想问问你觉得这些调整和改变，是你个人主动寻求的战术变化，还是团队给到你的任务呢？
我觉得是我自身吧，然后包括也团队也相信我，因为我自身，就比较喜欢玩各种各样的英雄吧，去琢磨他在这个定位上能做到什么样的作用吧。然后团队也相信我，经常给我选我自己的想法吧，支持我的想法吧，所以才有老夫子边路元哥边路包括后面可能还有元社呀，包括看总决赛吧。
真藏一手真有啊，有预告啊。我觉得不管怎么样，最亮的那颗星，它的背后确实是有团队给到他很多很多的支持。但我们说，其实这次春季赛不太一样，因为对于 AG 来讲，要收集齐春决冠军，这可能是你们大满贯的最后一块拼图了。如果能够完成这样的冠军的话，就会创造史无前例的 KPL 4连冠。你如何看待这一场可能创造历史的比赛
呢？加油吧，去缔造历史吧！
加油，去创造历史！好了，让我们再次把掌声送给闯入决赛的成都 AG 超晚会。同时呢，我们也期待选手们能够在春决的舞台上去冲击史无前例的4连冠。我们也即将在郑州见证这场巅峰之战。接下来，观众朋友们，让我们一起喊出他们的口号，好吗？心怀荣耀！心怀荣耀！心怀荣耀！亲爱的观众朋友们，让我们郑州见！
Okay, so we're back. We'll give you a very short explanation of what's going on. So, just to give you a little bit of context, when they picked up this Fuzi for Ino, actually the team was like, "Do you really want to play the Fuzi?" And like they were like not in belief of his Fuzi, but he was telling them, "No. Trust in my Fuzi. I will bring the victory to the team."
Yeah, and when Enor tells you to trust in him, I guess as AG, you have to trust in him, right? You're talking about the FMVP, and he has done such a great job for his team. But of course, he stresses that his team trusts a lot of his unorthodox plays. They're willing to go with his unorthodox list of heroes as well, because he likes playing unorthodox heroes. He likes trying something that's different from the normal, something that's different from a standard marksman in the gold lane as well.
Yeah, so let's move on from the personal players and we talk about the team as a whole. So AEG, during the interview, they were asked about how they came to the state, and you know what was the formula that allowed them to really be consecutive wins in like best of sevens and making it into the grand finals once again, right? So it came down to them saying that they actually have the best teamwork, there is good synergy, and there is good trust between the team, right? That's one of the main reasons why they're able to achieve the results they have, and they'll be looking to go into that as future days ahead of the competition. But first and foremost, let's take a look at the itemization. What stood out to you for Weibo Gaming and AG, man?
I mean, definitely, right? What stands out for all gamers is the itemization went for by Lao Fuzi, by our man himself, Eno. But there was a lot of damage coming out from the side of Ron as well, right? Looking at the Spark 4 daggers first, then currently going into the Doomsday and Shadow Ripper as well. He was ripping into the backlines of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I want to just highlight Sheng as well. I think Sheng was the hidden hero for the side of AG, right? He was consistently dealing damage against the side of Weibo Gaming, and it took a lot of effort to be able to clear him out because it required the attention of Ting Yue. It also required the attention of Zimo to kind of catch him out of position.
And yeah, you can see that Zoe went for more of a tank build as well to complement what Eno is providing to the battlefield, right? And at some point, they had to start respecting the amount of CC, the amount of sustainability, and the amount of damage that Zoe was putting out in the center of the battlefield.
Yeah, a lot of attention had to be shifted to Zoe. At the same time, Ran, obviously, it's the later parts of the game. He was just going crazy. Lightning fast. Lightning is very pain as well. But I want to give a quick highlight over to Weibo Gaming. I think Meng Xi did really well this game as well, right? He actually saved the team on the side of Weibo Gaming quite a couple of times. There were situations where there was a potential turnaround simply because of the heal factors coming in. But once again, it is AG we are talking about, and it's Eno onto this Fuzi, so that's a difficult one to play over.
And definitely being able to walk away with 2 games in their belt is Weibo Gaming today. I would say that's not a bad scoreline to go up against one of the top few, right? You mess with the top dog, and you still manage to get away with 4-2 scoreline. I think that's pretty good today.
Yeah, and bear in mind, this is not the end of their journey, right? So they will be taking, of course, a visit and a quick ride over towards the lower brackets where one of the 2 teams will be waiting on their side to see who gets a chance to swing fist at Beijing Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and you were highlighting Changsheng, and he was indeed the top damage dealer, right? 122,000. You can see the range of which the Cap Boom is able to exploit, right? The spacing of the Mai Shiranui is not as far as Cap Boom. Cap Boom has a lot of physical, a lot of space, a lot of magical damage done from a very far range.
Yep, so obviously you expect that Beijing Weibo Gaming would have a good start to the game, right? In fact, it was AG that kind of put pressure in the jungles and trying to force them to get the first bloods and stuff like that. But in the middle ranges, that's where the Mai was really shining because Ting Yue was able to actually deal quite a bit of consistent damage against the likes of AG. At the same time, the heals coming out from Meng Xi was enough to be able to provide them with an advantage to take good fights against AG. But once Eno on this Fuzi hit the timings with his items, once Ran on this Shikong was able to get farm in his hands as well, this game was changing to be a very different plane for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and that insane stat line coming out from Changsheng, that 团队伤害, which literally means team damage down, right? He is way ahead of the competition, especially for this game. But Lao Fuzi, I mean, the fact that he dared to pick this up in the match series point here, it's an absurdity of a statement to say that, yeah, I can play the farm lane, and this is the beauty of the game of HOK itself, right? For Honor of Kings, there's a very, very versatile game. Any draft can work, and even with the global bans, it does not matter. But what matters now is the MVP of today.
Yep, MVP going to Shuai, or Da Shuai as they call him in KPL. Apparently the smartest person in the league right here with his Shangfei. He was consistently providing the saves, but also the combination setups for the team. That last fight where he allowed Ran on this Sikong to just go absolutely insane, throwing lightning and thunder around the gorge. Netted them the win here.
Yeah, and if you take a look at how he's been playing, right? He's always in that backline disrupt, especially with that ultimate to make sure that the team fight is somewhat delayed so that the damage can fully fruition from the side of all gamers.
Yep, he muted the efficiency of Mengxi on this secure actually. With that ultimate, right, he actually pushed him back. And look, he's also secured this Tyrant in the next part of the game. So this added on to the damage that was offered by the side of all gamers at this for AG, and also splitting the fight. So I think this was the last moments before the game. So they get the Sage's mic down, but I want you to take a look at the big unbridled outburst and then the setup at the end to knock so many people up as they try to turn the game around.
Yeah, and the triple tankiness coming out from AG proved too much to be handled, right? There's a lot of damage coming out from Weibo Gaming, yes, but it's still not enough. But let's just see what the players have to say.
你们杀！快喷！欢迎拉红贝了。慢杀！可以，吼！救我！放弃！能救吗，兄弟？救不了！没事。我大招30秒，兄弟。拐一下，过来看我。还有盾，他有那个啥的。慢点，先走，打不了。跟我。侯在我这。OK， 慢慢睡线。哎，能来吗？哎，这源流，你可以有。等一下，这个关羽，源流白死，可以连，源流白死，兄弟，不用交捆。看位置别，兄弟。没看位置，他直接交大了，火舞，靠火舞。看火舞，慢点。完了，走，开龙破3高截线开龙，就在后面盯着，我去把上截了，兄弟。看到了，别打，开龙了。哎，这个捆他了，可以，来了，你们打，随便打，往前跑，
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of my ranked games, right? I'm telling my teammates, save me, and nobody cares. They're like, no, I can't save you. But yeah, the synergy coming in, it was the last moment before that last fight. I think that combination where Ran and Shuai were doing it so well, right? The unbridled outburst and then the slam, allowing for Ran to get those lightning charges down onto majority of the cast on Weibo Gaming. That really changed the big fight for them.
And you can see the versatility in comms changing as soon as they get the advantage, right? They were at the last part, they were saying like 随便打, which literally means fight any way you want. Like just fight. As long as you're fighting, that's fine. You know, and yeah, that's literally what happened at the end of the game when they were trying to take the base. They were that composed, like just fight. It's okay.
I think this is also one of the markers of a good team, right? A great team, which is the ability to be fluid in your decision making, right? I think that was the main difference between AG and Weibo Gaming, because AG they were very reserved. They didn't want to take too big of a risk during fights. But the moment, you know, Ino got the Sage's might, and suddenly everyone's opinion changed. Okay, yes, we can take a fight now. Let's go. And it made the world so much more difficult for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. They did have a difficult time, but of course, not to count Weibo Gaming out, they will be in the losers brackets. They are waiting for the winner of DRG versus Rogue Warriors. But for now, all gamers have secured their spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's an important marker for them. I think this is a good achievement as well. Now, coming in as the champions of 2024 KPL, this is a show and a testament to how consistent and how creative they are as a group, right? And also shows you how difficult it is to play against AG, because look, suddenly you have Fuzi to play against. But let's take a look at the results here. It is going to be 4-2 in benefit, of course, to Chengdu AG Taiwan Hui, also known as All Gamers, against Beijing Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and still after today, Changsha still has 100% win rate on that Princess Frost, so that's something that teams will have to watch out for, right? One of the records got taken away, but one record was kept.
Yeah, look, they did not even have to play against the the Eno early, but it was still such a difficult time for the side of Beijing Weibo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Beijing Weibo, they did show up today, and they did put them against the ropes for Chengdu AG Caowanhui, or All Gamers. Now, your grand finals will be on the 10th of May, but for tomorrow, we do have the losers brackets coming up between DRG versus Rogue Warriors, Dragon Ranger Gaming, and Rogue Warriors. And Rogue Warriors, they have been on a tear through on the lower brackets.
Yep, so that's pretty impressive. They've been winning pretty convincingly. Right now, it is still Chengdu AG Caowanhui, All Gamers on the top with more than 80 points in the season, followed by Beijing Weibo. Of course, they will be looking for the result of Foshan DRG against Jinan RWCR. These two teams, Dragon Ranger Gaming against Rogue Warriors, that one's an exciting one. That's what you'll be joining us for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, but for today, I mean, Eno appearing 2 times in the top stats of the day. The only member, Ting Yue, is appearing as well. I mean, the damage done by Ting Yue, I think it cannot go unnoticed, especially on the Yingzhen of today.
Yep, and of course, with that being said, overall, the highest amount of damage coming in team fights, still number 1 is still Tian from DRG that we saw yesterday. At the same time, the kills in team fights, number 1 coming in for Chongqing Wolves, followed by, no, actually it's shared across all the different teams here.
Yeah.
And, yep, that is it.
Yeah, and of course, now we have another shared stat line as well, right? And this is going to be, oh, actually, we're at the next graphic already, which is the team damage. This is the team damage. Let's just go number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and Dian is still at the top.
Yep, 6 figures, that's crazy. And of course, nobody's able to break Guichi's control timing here, 411 seconds, still unbroken at this point. Maybe we will see a difference in tomorrow's games in the lower brackets, or maybe even during the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the stat lines have been insane. The storylines have been insane for today. And now AG, they secure themselves the golden road towards that grand finals, right? This is something that everyone was trying to usurp, right? They were trying to take away the golden road, but now they're waiting at the top, waiting for the losers brackets to finish before they decide their opponents.
Yep, so it's a big marker of achievement, and of course there is more excitement to come. Let's talk about what's happening tomorrow, and there we go, Dragon Ranger Gaming Foshan DRG going up against Jinan Rogue Warriors Xia tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We'll see you right on time as well.
Yeah, and Rogue Warriors, we were saying, right? They've been going on that low bracket run through, right? They've been taking out team app ever since they went to the lowest brackets. They were like, you shouldn't have put us here. Now we're gonna have to take out every single team, and that's what they've been doing. So now DRG, another team that has been going on a lower bracket run themselves, they finally face off.
Yeah. So the big question here is, are we going to get a full series? Will we finally get a full 7 games out of these two teams? We don't know yet, but regardless of the result, they will be meeting Beijing Weibo Gaming in the last stretch before they go back to the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. Grand finals is something that we're very looking forward to. But of course, we have to go up over the stakes one more time, right? We have to talk about what's at stake for KPL here. It is the KWC spot for the playoffs.
Yep, so with that, it is the end of the day for us. It's been a blast. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me has been Moman. We will see you tomorrow.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears.